See, as you can see from on your screens, and as well as we did yesterday, we saw that the rough is playing a little bit of a tough part this week for the players to be able to judge, especially their wedge shots into the greens. And moreover, the wind, as you can tell, is picking up. It's only 9 a.m. as of now, as we move slowly into the highlights from the last few days. Highlights where Mari are on hole number 5. Suck that shot onto the green and goes on with that birdie putt. It's just one of the birdies of his round yesterday. Mari was down to 65, 67 and 67. He had a total score of 11 under par, looking for his first victory on the tour. You see Jamal Hussain came up with bogey-free 7 under par just yesterday. He's definitely in the right space. Om Prakash Chauhan on the second.
Fantastic golf all around yesterday.
Absolutely, it's an exciting day ahead today with so many great scores, and all these guys, more than half of them looking for their first victory. So a lot of hunger also there, and there's also a lot of experience on that course. So it's going to be a tough fight. But you've seen Chadda, who's been carrying on with that form of his. Let's see if he can keep that form going for that final round.
Indian iron plate. There on the second hole from yesterday. Just the shot. Love everything is working yesterday. Hole number 16. Short par 3. Shot.
As we take a look at how the golf course is looking this morning, of course the conditions have been superb. The pin on that 18th hole is perched up towards the back of the green, which does make things quite tough, as the opening into this green is quite difficult, and if players come in with tight scores over here, this could make for a really interesting viewing.
Yes, absolutely. It's a wide open tournament. It's something that we notice on a golf course like Jaipur. Even last year, we saw a lot of low scores here in the offing. As we can have a look at the 18th, a lot more interesting flag pin position today, bringing the water into play. What are your thoughts as we start this day? What is the number? You said 20 under par.
push up on that gas pedal today. And just to look back at what happened yesterday, we had Jamal Hussain Mola, who went up that leaderboard with a 63 to take his total of 4 under par into 11 under par. And then we also have Abhijit Singh Chadda, who brought up a round of 65 with 3 rounds of 62, 69, and 65. Our day two leader, Amrit Lal, with scores of 65, 63, couldn't quite follow that up and came in with a round of 73 to be at a tie for 7th position as of now. Sri Lankan N. Thangaraja putting up a 66 on the board to be at a total of 9 under par at a tie for 7th as well. We also have other good scores out there. Mithun Pereira with a 5 under par to be at a tie for 9th position, coming in all the way from Sri Lanka with the top names from that country. We also have international name Badal Hussain, who's currently at 2 under par for the tournament. There are a lot of interesting scores out there. We also have Yashas Chandra, who shot a 4 under par. Arjun Bhati, who shot a 4 under par. So a lot of good names out there bringing up some really top class scoring.
Yes, it's been an interesting week as far as scores are concerned. Low scores, lots of prodigious play on display, lots of birdies. It's been that kind of a week where the players have really reveled in the opportunity to make birdies here. The course conditions are favorable. Wind is not too high, benign weather. So everything that a player could possibly ask for in order to shoot a low score. And today seems to be no different. But if we can judge by the 18th hole flag pin position, it seems that hopefully the pin positions are a little more spicy today.
With that wind blowing from the right to the left on the 18th hole, as the players move in towards this hole, wind would have definitely picked up, and those gusts coming in from the right to the left, it is going to be an extremely interesting second shot, because that OB line on the left side, players wouldn't want to start that ball too far right as well because of that water hazard, as you can tell from your screens. So we're looking at an extremely interesting day coming up owing to all of these conditions. Back to see some of the highlights which have happened on the golf course.
We're looking at hole number 2 here. Very interesting flag pin position yesterday, just to the front right. Seems accessible, but probably a little tougher than all the other pin positions.
Absolutely, the second hole, this front flag pin position does become quite difficult because the player has to be able to hit a 7-iron dead on the front edge of the green, and that's the only place that he can stop it.
Similar pin position to what we had yesterday. Just maybe about 7 or 8 paces ahead, but the water not being much in play, I would have thought that the flag could have gone maybe towards the left of the green to make it a little more difficult. But as you know, there's a combination of one hard, one medium, one easy flag. So that's how the tournament committee sets it up.
Yep, it's like 6, 6, and 6, and that's just the way it goes. And looking at the quality of these players, I do not think any of the tough flags are going to deter them from making birdies as well. This group over here of a young group of Yashas Chandra, Divyanshu Bajaj, and Arjun Bhati. 3 players starting at a score of 7 under par, a tie for 13th position as of the early days. Some of the players who've already started on the golf course. Shankar Das already making a birdie on the 3rd hole. Ajay Besoya starting with a birdie on the 1st. A man who did a little bit of damage yesterday on his scoreboard, but looks like he's out here for a comeback. Harshdeep Singh Sethi also starting with a birdie on the 10th to take his total up to 4 under par as we await the rest of the day. difficult. Mithun doesn't hit the ball very far, so his driver would probably
I
put
think
him at a similar distance as the others.
this will help us gauge what kind of distance he's actually hitting. He's at a driver. The rest of the players probably going with a 2 iron. What we see here on our screen is hole number 3. Amrit would possibly be going with, seems to be a 3 iron, not even one of those rescue irons. So this is, look for this to go about 230 odd yards off the tee.
Players putting their ball anywhere between 210 to 240 yards are in a good shape on this hole. They will have a wedge in and enough space for themselves to get that ball high enough. Amrit Lal, our leader from day 2, looks like he is out there with something in his mind. Oh, we have Mithun Pereira playing alongside his friend N. Thangaraja today.
Who's not using a tee. He's going old school here. You see players with more compression tend to do that. Helps them keep the ball lower.
So you can tell N. Thangaraja still using a Cleveland 3-wood, which he's
Is
been
that a
using.
3-wood or
Yes,
a 3-wood?
that's a
It seemed like a
3-wood
lot of club for him.
that he's been using for almost 10 or 15 years now. And it's his trusty fairway wood.
Yes, was an effortless swing there. There was a 3/4 sort of a swing, a little bit of a sawed-off fade to start the proceedings. I think sometimes players like to do that as well when you maybe take an extra club and just hit it easy, try to get it down to about 3/4 of the normal yardage, especially in the mornings when the body is not rotating that well.
That's the 9:10 tee time. We have a penultimate group will be coming up later on onto the same tee box. While we take a look at the third hole, the toughest hole on the golf course is the third. Actually, that's just what I find. According to the stroke index, the 15th hole is the toughest hole, and that would be correct. The third hole is par 4 with a stroke index of 403 yards. OB line running on the left side. The tee actually points out towards the left side of the fairway, while the players generally try to aim towards the right side of the fairway so that they can have an angle towards the green. But, nice and lush fairways as well as the trees out there in Jaipur, making it a great day. Also, the weather gods are being helpful these days.
That's a big factor that we saw the previous week. There was a little bit of a drizzle. That does add another element of difficulty. I think these are perfect playing conditions. Preferred lies, perfect greens, manicured fairways. Not much wind to speak of.
That's an unfortunate miss from about 6 feet off for Divyanshu Bajaj on the second. Tapping that one in. On
Divyanshu Bajaj, the player from Kolkata, been very steady over the last 3-4 years. Has put in a lot of work to elevate his game up to a certain standard. Lovely view of the first hole. You can see Mithun, maybe he's not that short of the tee. So he has managed to outdrive all of them, albeit with a driver, but that's a good sight, definitely. Maybe he's picked up a few yards. He's definitely hit that good close to 270 yards maybe off the tee with roll.
Well, that'll give him about a 70-yard or 80-yard shot into this green
Seems
location.
to be about 20 odd yards ahead of Amrit. So maybe about 255, 260 with the driver. Not too bad. What kind of club are they having to the green roll? Amrit would be having a pitching wedge or a sand wedge.
I think all of these players will have anywhere between 125 yards to 90 yards into the flag location, as the flag is on the right side of the green today. It's 9 inside and 5 from the right side, which does make it difficult to get that wedge close, especially being the first hole. Players not wanting to get too cute with it. Although, yes, having a wedge in hand will always be tempting. We have Shivendra Singh Sisodia on the second hole. Second hole is at 12 yards from the front edge and 5 from the right side, which basically makes it a pretty similar flag to what it was yesterday. Yesterday we had it slightly further front, around 7-yard mark. So things are going to be interesting. Although this flag is slightly more approachable than yesterday's, but the gusts coming in from the right side will make it difficult to be close enough to the flag.
Are we going to look at some artistry on this tee? You think players are going to try and hit a high fade to get close to this flag? Because that's the only way that reasonably you can get close to this flag within 10-15 feet. Otherwise, I don't see a ball that is shaping from the right left pitch on this green and stay short of the flag.
Absolutely correct. In fact, the only way to probably get close enough to this flag is going to be cut one into the wind. But being the second hole of the day, I'm not sure a lot of players would be going with that sort of an approach. As you know, they're sort of simmering themselves into the day. Although it seems like Dhruv Shoran has gone with one.
Dhruv has been working on getting that ball flight higher, and that's one of the perils of trying to pitch it just short and roll it up. So there's not much room.
In fact, that's what happens if you try to cut a ball into a wind. What happens is that you end up crisscrossing the two, and there's lesser yardage than what you expected. And that's exactly what probably has happened over here with Dhruv. The line was absolutely scintillating, and it appeared like it'll drop pretty close to the flag. But because the wind is cutting the ball's distance, the ball actually tends to not go as far as the player would expect.
So is that a good position to be in, just off the green on the front, or would you prefer that, or maybe 25 feet to the front, to the left of the flag on the green? What do you think is better position? Maybe 15 feet off the green from the fairway, or 25 feet on the green? What do you think is a better position for a player?
And I'd rather be 20 feet to left of the flag or left and over the flag than be short of the green in this situation. I'd rather give myself a 25-footer putt for birdie rather than give myself 5 yards off the green kind of a chip.
But
It's complex.
Players do have the option of placing the ball on their preferred lies. That would make a difference. That would change
Absolutely.
the entire complexion, right?
Absolutely. So there will be a change there, but there's too much depending on spin rate and all of that. When you hit a chip, of course, all these players over here are prodigious with their putting, and that would make it really interesting as long as they keep giving themselves birdie opportunities. As you can tell here, this is something that Mithun Pereira would be really good at. He's given himself 20 feet off the flag, but he'd use that flat stick to his benefit. As we take a look at the next group coming up now onto the tee box, we have on our screens at 9:20 a.m. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh, Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad, and Mari Muthuar from Bangalore.
Akshay Sharma had a good day yesterday. Abhinav Lohan, the experienced campaigner. A lot of mileage on those legs, has played quite a few tournaments, has had a stellar amateur career as well as a professional career. Rounds from yesterday, Akshay Sharma having a level par yesterday at 10 under par total. Abhinav Lohan at 5 under par at 10 under par total. And Jamal Hussain, the third player, having 11 under par. So a lot of players now at this point in time within 6 or 7 shots of the leader. So anything is possible as we speak. Going back to the action on the first hole, your Amrit not having the best of approach shots from the center of the fairway, would be looking to make amends on this putt. You see the change that a lot of the players are opting for the putter off the green. Normally you see them chipping from off the green, but obviously they being allowed to lift, clean and place the ball. So that does make a difference in how the players approach the hole. So that should be a par. That won't be too happy with a par on this hole. This is a birdie hole for all intents and purposes. Just a 2-iron and a pitching wedge for a lot of these players, and no danger whatsoever on this hole. As we have a look at Akshay, who seems to be aligned for a fade, teeing up towards the right hand side of the fairway. Seems to be going with a rescue iron. Very stable, balanced swing back here. Abhinav Lohan also going the Thanga Raja route, making a little bit of divot on the tee. Players do that so they can have more compression on the ball and hit down on it more, because the tee tends to give it a little more elevation. So when in windy conditions, or when the players really want to keep the ball low and focus on accuracy more, you'll see them do that. And normally players with a little more swing speed tend to go with that approach, because it's a little tougher to get perfect contact from the ground as opposed to the tee. Lohan there seems to be happy with that one.
Lohan finally playing up to his capabilities. He's been a little bit slow with his golf game over the past couple of years, but seems like he's coming back into shape for his game. Ali Muthuar, who of course is an aggressive golfer, he is someone who could really rake up another 7 under par here today, but let us see if he keeps those nerves calm and gets that stuff going. Wind today on the first hole is off the left side, which makes it slightly easier, as there is an OB line on the left side. So that, of course, is going to be helpful to the players, as left side almost becomes not in play for the day.
Yes, you're right. Is there any perfect angle that these players would be trying to lay up on a certain side of the fairway, or they'd be just aiming for the center of the fairway and that's good enough?
I think center of the fairway is where players would be looking at going. The flag is on the right side of the green, so pretty much you don't want to be too far right into the fairway. You want to be middle or middle left into the fairway, so that you can get a better angle into the flag. An angled shot usually tends to be easier to hit than to have a shot from the right side of the fairway into the right side of the green. If the flag was on the left side, the players would find it easy to hit it from the right side of the fairway. There's Shivendra Singh Sisodia on the second, draining one in for a birdie.
Dhruv Sharon now. We saw his approach shot come short of the green. I think you're right. I think you did met out the correct advice. It's better to be on the green. As you've seen, he's left his chip shot about 8.5 feet short of the cup. Let's see if he's able to salvage par.
That's an unfortunate miss early in the morning.
Unfortunate bogey for him, as we see the fans and the throngs of players and visitors here. Nice to see early in the morning.
Getting some airtime in, aren't they? One of the things that I'm really missing out sitting in a studio is that the weather is superb to be playing golf, even in the Delhi NCR these days.
Not too bad in the studio either. Well, you really do miss golf the time you watch it on live television. When I ask you about playing, that time you're too busy. I will look at the scoreboard for the final group. Is the winner going to be emerging from this group? Most likely. A lot of pedigree on that leaderboard right there. A lot of victories between the three of them. Jamal hailing from Bangladesh, Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau, Abhijit from Chandigarh. And that's what the Professional Golf Tour of India is all about. You have flavors from all over the world. You have international players, you have Indian top professionals here, and it's culminating into quite the battle on the final day.
Yashash Chandra coming up from the left side of the green on the third hole. One of the things, Yashash overshooting that one. One of the things that we noticed yesterday also, players coming in from the rough are finding it difficult to stop the ball close to the flag location. So that, of course, is a challenge. One of the other challenges that this golf course does give the players is the trees on the fairway. So all the placings have to be done. They almost act as hazards for a player. Very less number of water hazards on this golf course, a few OB lines, and of course the number of trees on the fairway. So all the placings of your tee shots as well as your second shots has to be based on while keeping these things in mind.
The OB also not really much in play here on any of the holes, apart from probably the par 5 17th hole, where it juts inside. Maybe to a certain extent on the par 5 14th, but that's also long distance away from the fairway. So the players don't really need to contend with that level of danger. On the 18th hole, the second shot, the OB is there. But on the whole, this is not that stressful on this golf course to be on the tee. There's always one side free that unfortunately missing that part. There's always one side free that you can sort of favor. Like on this third hole, you see there is entire OB running on the left side, but you do have the right side as a bailout, so not that penal off the tee.
Arjun Bhati, rookie on the tour, going with that claw grip. It's become quite a common occurrence these days, hasn't it? The claw grip. Have you tried one of those?
Yeah, I tried everything during my time. Nothing seemed to stick. I even tried those putter heads where the face was about 2 or 3 inches behind the shaft. I don't know what's it called. You might have a better knowledge.
The
of
face
that.
is 2 to 3 inches
About
behind.
about 2 inches behind, where the shaft is ahead of the.
Yeah, they kind of look really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, center shafted ones or
I think it was center shafted one with the that didn't do the trick either. Then I went back to my trusty putter, which gave me amateur victories. Yeah, I thought maybe that might turn the tide, but that wasn't the same. It's like you go back to something that you know, and it's not quite the same.
Shankar Das is putting up quite a show, making 3 birdies in the first 6 holes. So already at a score of 3 under par for the day. If you can get a Kickstarter like that into your day, you can actually get a lot of under par going on this golf course. The back nine, except for 2 holes, the 11th and the 15th, which are quite difficult, almost the entire back nine is giving the players an opportunity to make birdies. Now we have the 3 players, Abhinav, Mari Muthu, and Akshay Sharma making up onto the green, and Akshay has given himself a good chance for birdie, and all 3 players setting themselves up right in there, birdie opportunities.
For Akshay Sharma to really step on the gas today, I think he would be. Yesterday was a day that was sort of a sedate day for him.
Incidentally, I won a feeder tour tournament in Jaipur one year, and the year after that,
Are we showing off now?
yeah, totally. Year after that, I was in a playoff with Akshay Sharma on the same golf course, and he beat me with an eagle on that 18th hole. I made birdie, and he beat me with an eagle to win that feeder event. And that was, I mean, that's one place where you go like, you take your hat off and you go, wow, man, thank you. That was great competition.
Interesting. Did you make birdie,
Yep.
or are you lying now? Did you
I
make
made birdie and I lost it to an eagle.
I have a feeling you could.
He
I have a
drained
feeling
like-
you visited the stables.
Oh, man, no.
After seeing his brilliant shot, I have a feeling you bolted for the stables.
You really can't do anything, can you? When someone drains in a 15-footer for eagle, 15 or 20-footer for eagle.
Probably try and disturb them or do something else. I don't know. Make sure they don't hole it. Try some underhand tactics, but I think you're too honourable a man for that, not all. As you go back to the action, Mari Muthu also seems to have a 15-footer, not for eagle, albeit for birdie. Mari also sporting those fancy shoes. They seem to be in vogue these days. Well, I'm hoping you can arrange one of these for me. I think I would like to be playing golf with these stylish shoes sooner rather than later. Look at that.
That was actually a really nice putt by Mari Muthu.
Really unfortunate not for that to go in the hole. This group would need to get off to a quick start if they are to put the heat onto Abhijit Singh Chadda, as Abhijit doesn't quite feel pressure. So maybe these players need to make a couple of birdies to, you know, get his notice. Once they get his attention, then let's see how it goes. Om Prakash Chauhan opting to go with the rescue. Favors the left to right fade. Very narrow stance.
Our leader Abhijit Singh Chadha starting his day at 14 under par total with rounds of 62, 69 and 65.
Abhijit Singh Chadha and Veer Alawat have pretty similar games and build and the way they hit the ball. Do they hit the ball the similar lengths?
Yes, actually, Abhijit and Veer would be pretty neck to neck in terms of distances. There's no doubting that.
It's definitely the long limbs and the levers that really help adding distance.
So both players fairly fit. I think that also plays a huge part.
Would be going with a 3 or a 4 iron.
I think 4 iron would be more than enough for Abhijit on this hole. Or Om Prakash Chauhan, Jamal Hassan Mola. It's a great group here for this final day.
Unfortunate. Seems like the putter is just not under control, not functioning like how it should. He should have drained that putt. Unfortunate miss for him. Should be able to make that. Pars all around. And for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club at Jaipur, boasting a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh.
The tournament this week is powered by AU Small Finance Bank and is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club right in the heart of Jaipur city. Principal partner of this tournament is Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner is Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Hospitality partner, my apologies, is Hilton Jaipur. Of course, the PGTI, the Professional Golf Tour of India, responsible for bringing golf to different cities and different states and giving opportunities to professional golfers to hone their skills and go from strength to strength, taking Indian golf global. And one of the things that PGTI has been doing really well is to give opportunities to the professional golfers, and the prize purses these days have been increasing significantly. And as we find out, Yashash Chandra MS has just made an eagle on the first hole, holding his second shot.
Well, that's one way to get off to a hot start.
Yeah, but he evened it out on the next two.
Well, you didn't have to tell us that. As they say, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. A lot more sober dressed today is Harinder, not going with a flashy pink.
Dhruv Sharan coming up on the third for birdie.
Giving that a decent effort, running out of gas in the end. An eagle is quite the way to start a round for Yashas Chandra. Currently sitting at 7 under par, 7 shots behind the leaders. One of the perceptible differences in having an early morning tee off. Well, this is still 9 a.m. Not that early, but you see the wind doesn't quite pick up until about 12. About noon is when you see the wind pick up. So the leaders and the leader groups tend to get windier conditions as compared to early groups, and that's why you want to make a quick start and maybe make birdies when it's nice and calm.
Absolutely. The only thing, though, is that a lot of the birdie holes coming on the second half of this golf course. In the first half, you only have one par 5, and you do have a lot of
Oh,
challenging
look at
holes.
that.
Shivendra Sisodia missing a par putt early on in the day from about 5 feet off. Sisodia starting his day at 8 under par in total for the last 3 rounds. Going into this final round in a pretty decent spot, trying to get into the top 5 by the end of it. It would be the most realistic. Harinder Gupta now for par. You find it unnerving at times when you see short putts being missed, even if you were playing a tournament. Like you weren't missing yours, but you should see something
As long
happening. Does
as,
it affect your mind? Like just
as long as I'm not missing mine.
no, but when you look at it, like does it sort of like leave an imprint on you, and that sort of
Depends if
affects the way you think through?
depends if you're talking about your own group or if you're talking about you seeing some other group miss their putts. That's very important. So if in your own group, if you do see players miss a putt, as long as it's not somewhere along your line, then it doesn't unnerve you too much because you're so immersed in in your own thought process that that's the last thing that you'll be bothered about. But if it's somewhere near your line and it doesn't quite break the way that you were thinking it would, then that flummoxes you. So, but otherwise, I think the trials and tribulations of your co-players are really none of your. It doesn't really come to mind. But yes, as long as something that can relate to a player himself, then the players do get unnerved.
As you can tell, the Asian Games medalist Abhinav Lohan starting with a birdie on the first hole at 11 under par now, just 3 shots off the pace.
Leaving it
Mari
short.
Mari Muthu and Akshay Sharma both starting with pars. Although we can tell that Abhinav and Mari Muthu, both of them leaving it almost to 1 club shot on the second hole,
What
trying to
is your
get too
thought?
cute with it.
What is your thought on this shot now? So obviously he's somebody who's a good ball striker.
I just feel like there's like just unnecessary task left for themselves to do, to take care of. He's left himself quite a bit short because that little slope that you see is about 10 yards short of the green.
But how else are you to try and get close to this flag? There is no way, to be honest with you, unless
Well,
you have a lot of compression hitting an 8-iron like Mario Muthu. I don't think any of the other medium length hitters can really get close without pitching it off the green.
well, incidentally, Mari Muthu also has left himself short. But Lohan is a really good putter. By the way, I played a lot of golf with him. He's a really, really good putter, and he can be challenging from anything inside 20 feet. That's a pretty decent
He's
chip
also
attempt.
left it short, like Dhruv. So maybe there is something. I think your experience is definitely correct. That leaving it short is definitely not worth it. Even with the preferred lie, it's not really working out for these players.
Especially these players, they're in the top 5 of the tournament. They're just a couple of shots off the pace And for them to keep giving themselves opportunities and get aggressive with their putts would be a far better thing to do. I mean, it's much easier sitting here in a commentary box and saying this, and probably I would have made the same mistake in case I was out there on the field. So, there is no sure short way, but I guess that's why we sit on the other side, and now we're able to tell. And there we have it, Mari Muthuar, who's, both the players leaving themselves an uphill task there to save their pars with a hole which probably plays about 180 yards for them.
Maybe even shorter today, but these seem to be like self-inflicted wounds. All three of the players actually not hitting the green and struggling here. So
That's the case of
I
trying to
think
get too cute with the flag location.
I think you're right. There's a certain prudence to just maybe stand, play for the center of the green, and
As news flows in, Abhijit Singh Chadha has started off with a birdie on the first, starting on a positive note there, taking his total score to 15 under par. Now leads his tournament by 3 shots. He knows that there will be a lot of people pushing on that gas pedal. Om Prakash Chauhan also making a birdie on that first hole, so keeping that distance between himself and Abhijit Singh Chadha within 2 shots. Marimuthu now coming up for a par on the second hole, and that was a mishit and an underread both at the same time.
he ended up finishing the putt left-handed. Not too sure if that's a safe strategy with the kind of putter that he has. That's the kind of mistake that you can't make early on in a round if you are to win a tournament, especially with a leader who is sort of getting away from the chasing pack. Let's see if Akshay can make his par. Well done, draining it right in the center of the cup. That's how we like it, nice and easy. It's a lot easier putt than the one that the other two players have had. And Abhinav is a good putter, so good for him to make this. The only thing that would be of concern is the speed here.
Ball's breaking off the left side, and Lohan does make that par putt.
Didn't seem to something strange with his putter head right after putting it, pulled it back, or maybe wasn't sure of the line, but seemed a little tentative. But it all worked out in the end.
Tentative, he looked like, definitely.
Let's see what this leading group can do on this flagstick. I suspect that Abhijit might just go for it.
I think I have a feeling that Abhijit actually will take the approach of putting himself 10 to 15 feet to the hole instead of trying to go straight at it. I think he will keep it steady. He knows he is in a commanding position, and he has been playing well as well. So giving himself an opportunity would be something on his mind. But of course, like we said earlier, we'll only know when it really happens. We'll take a look at N. Thangaraja on the third hole, going in for birdie. Does he have enough?
I mean, what a brilliant read by Thangaraja. That putt looked like it was going to break further to the left, but
in fact, this
it's a brilliant effort.
In fact, this is probably the third putt that we've seen that tapers off towards the right side.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
I thought that he actually had misread it and it was going to turn to the left, but obviously he's That's the reason he's there. And now we have Mithun.
Earlier, we saw Harinder as well as Shivendra Sisodia's ball tapering off towards the right side, and Mithun now for birdie on the third.
See what
There we have it
You know,
again.
the good thing about these players, maybe Mithun after Thangaraja's putt, he took all of 67 seconds to hit his putt. You know, that's for me, that's like a sight for sore eyes,
In fact,
especially for players in my group.
I think, in fact, even for me, I think being decisive a little bit, and also, uh, like there's these various things that happen during a game of golf, and you realize that, what is the probability? The best thing that you can really do is you can hit the ball online, and at the end of the day, if we start to think too much, there we have our leader Abhijit Singh Chadha coming up on the second.
Really, really hoisted that up high. Let's see where that's gone. Brilliant shot there.
Chadha being smart about it, he's got a great look at
that-
birdie from a short of the hole.
Being aggressive about it, but look at that pitch mark. It's just 2.5 feet short of where the ball is, and that shows you that the compression that he has on the ball, that affords him the luxury of being able to go for this flag. The other players had to pitch it off.
There we have
Off the
Zamal
green, sir.
Hussain Molla now coming up.
You'll be able to see the difference now when Jamal's ball pitches on the green. It'll roll a lot more than what Abhijit's ball did.
Zamal would be starting that ball right off the flag. He does draw the ball anyhow, and then that gusty wind will also be throwing it further left, and there we have it.
So there you have it. Because players who don't have that high compression will invariably try and, because everybody wants to hit it close to the flag. You know, you have discipline that you want to go left, but at the end the flag is still tempting you.
One of the things that I forgot to mention earlier about the second hole was because of those trees at the front of the tee box, it does get difficult to read the wind when you're standing on that tee. I'd completely forgotten about that aspect, and it does feel like it's swirling in there. The tee is sort of guarded by the trees in the front and also a lot of trees on the right and the back of that box. I think that could be playing another part, which sort of confuses the
These
player.
chasing pack has to be careful that Abhijit doesn't get out of their view. I mean, he could just run away with it in the first 4 or 5 holes itself if they don't keep up the pace with him.
Absolutely. In fact, just Abhijit Singh Chadha, a little doubtful if his ball had made it on the green, had given the putter back to his caddy. Caddy's given it back to him. He's like, it is on the green.
That's the best we've seen so far. I'm amazed by how quickly he could stop that ball on a downhill, and the way this green is, even a slight downwind, he just stopped it on a dime.
Going back to that little putting conversation that we were having about speed, at the end of the day, when you end up thinking too much and spending too much of time, you do tend to cramp up your muscles, and you're unable to actually execute exactly what you wanted to execute. And going by that, I think sometimes we should just go out there and just play. And while we are playing, we should just sort of take a look at what we want, what kind of line, what kind of speed, and just hit through, and without thinking too much about it, and give it a shot. Like, let's see what happens.
I think another thing that happens when you take too much time is premature graying. You end up taking stress. That's the funny thing about golf. It's supposed to be an activity that's supposed to relieve you of stress. But when you're a professional player, believe you me, it's not all roses and sunshine. You do feel the stress, especially a lot of these players who are playing day in day out. Because it's not just a game for them; it's their profession. And all of you would agree in work and trying to balance life, there is a certain element of stress that does come in when you try to succeed at anything you do, whether it's a vocation or art. And when you're trying to succeed, and there are 150 of the countries and some of the world's best players, alongside you, you very well know that you can't quite falter. As we have a look here at Jamal, Jamal has really left himself a lot of work here now to save his par. You can see how he's trying to cut that chip shot. Seems to be pulling that club to the left. Sort of a different follow through. Not his
That's going to
not
be
his best moment. Getting off to rather sedate start, and he'll give the line to Abhijit Chadha. So Abhijit won't mind that one bit. Any sort of doubt that he would have had about his line will be cleared by Jamal. Kind courtesy. Our international player this week. So unfortunate start by Jamal, one that I would not have expected.
I'll look forward to Jamal giving it a strong attempt to make par over here. But yes, definitely not expected from Jamal. That'll be a bit of an effort there, about 15 feet short for par now. That's going to be a little bit of work. But yes, Abhijit Singh Chadha getting the advantage there of finding out the line.
We're seeing bogeys here. It's a little surprising, to be honest, on this hole. You'd think that the players would follow your advice, maybe play for the fat of the green and 20 feet left, but you are seeing some rather uncharacteristic sort of bogeys here on this hole.
Well, each player is trying to make their best decision when they stand on the tee box, but I guess only the player who stands there knows the best. That
Maybe there is the element of wind, as you said. Maybe it's swirling, and that could be one other fact is confounding the players.
Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, giving himself a longer attempt for birdie and saving his par. We take a look now at Zamal Hussain Molla, who will be coming up for his own par from about 15 feet short. That putt is going to break from the left to the right. It could break almost a cup to the left. That's about 3 to 4 inches. Jamal Hussain Molla for par.
Oh,
And there he is.
fantastic! Look at that.
Drains it.
That's the kind of thing that you want early in the morning to get a spring in your step, and I'm sure he's smiling ear to ear. That would really that is something that'll soothe the nerves and make him happy about that. That's a brilliant par save. Yes, clutching victory from the jaws of defeat almost. And the thing is that Abhijit Chadha now has a very good read. There should be little doubt left in his mind now. Should be all clear and maybe get off to a birdie start. Abhijit Chadha always has that stern look. He's always focused on the golf course.
Just Chadha for you. He's a really nice guy.
You can see that line that he's using to align the putter head on the intended start line of the putt.
Haven't seen one of those beryllium copper putters for a while.
Yes,
Yeah, traditional
taking us back back
answer
in time,
style. Traditional British
rolling
style
end to
putter.
end.
I just need a little bit more pace on that putt, and that was definitely in. That wasn't a bad line. Just need a little bit more pace for that one for Abhijit.
So that's all right. We'll make a putt. Jamal still nothing lost on that hole. So that shows you the game of golf. You might hit a brilliant shot, but unless you make the putt, it's not going to count for much.
For sure. We go back to the third hole where we have Akshay Sharma and Mari Muthu now ready to take on. Playing alongside playing partner Abhinav Lohan, which seems to be on the little right side of the green. Lohan will have a little longish attempt for birdie on the third hole. Coming up from the right side of the green, pin perched up on the left side of this green today. The green does play a little bit on the up, slightly higher than the fairway level on this hole. Coming away short of the hole there, Abhinav Lohan. Very uncharacteristic of him. The third hole, the pin's perched up on the six yards from the front edge and 5 from the left side, making it a difficult pin position to attack, as a lot of players also do lay up far back on this hole. Akshay Sharma for birdie on the third. Reading that one, oh, it's probably the best read that we've seen so far on the third hole from that location. Akshay Sharma missing that one on the high side. Usually we've been seeing golf balls tapering off to the right from that whole location. Well, as you can tell, the hole is sort of angled towards the right as well while we look at that screen. Next one will be Abhinav Lohan putting for par on this hole. Lohan needs to make this one so as to stay at 11 under par. Otherwise, the leaders will just keep increasing the gap between him and them. We're looking at a pressure-packed, power-packed day today. We take a look at Dhruv Shoran now. Dhruv Shoran on the third hole. My apologies. It appears to be the fifth hole. Fifth hole, Dhruv Shoran coming up with that wedge shot, putting himself well inside 10 feet to make birdie. Fifth hole, the flag location today is 16 from the front and 9 from the right. Make it quite an approachable flag for most of the golfers on the course, provided their tee shots are in the fairway. And Shivendra Singh Sisodia finding no trouble with finding the fairway there. Sisodia would still have to get that wedge going well, close enough to the flag. A lot of players would be looking at dropping this ball somewhere around the middle of the green and getting one bounce up and a check-in to the flag. It's the best way to get it close enough. That flag sits on a slight uphill. Leaving yourself a couple of feet short also is not too bad an idea. Shivendra Singh Sisodia completely miscuing that shot. Fifth hole today playing downwind, and a lot of players like Chadda would get pretty close up to the green, probably about 50 to 60 yards close enough to it. But of course, that pitch is what will make that the decision whether it is a birdieable hole or not for them today. Sisodia, of course, has given himself too much of a long attempt here for his birdie. Pacing that one up and down, trying to get the right line. The ball's going to break a little bit from his right to the left as this green does slope from the front to the back in an uphill fashion. Sisodia going for that birdie attempt, and clearly that was a little bit far away for one. Harinder Gupta now on the fifth hole, the lad from Chandigarh, veteran golfer. Harinder Gupta has played almost about 2 decades on the Pro Tour so far and still going pretty strong, currently at a score of 8 under par for the tournament, starting with a string of pars the first few holes. A great putt by Harinder Gupta to make a birdie on the fifth hole. Superb. Just about dropping into the hole, but he had that all the way. Let's take a look at Dhruv Shoran from Gurugram for birdie, coming in from about 10 feet in to that hole location. Players moving to the sixth hole. The sixth hole is a par 3 here at the Rambagh Golf Club. Playing to 173 yards. The green is a little bit of a blind shot from the tee box for a couple of flag locations. Players can only see the flag locations on the left side clearly from the tee box. Flag locations on the right side aren't very clearly visible from that position. That is one of those challenges, different challenges on different golf courses, and that's what it is over here. This week's tournament has been one of the title sponsors here this week is AU Small Finance Bank Limited. It is a scheduled commercial bank, Fortune India 500 company. The largest small finance bank in the country is AU Small Finance. As we take a look back at Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh on the third hole, again coming up slightly short of the green, really using too many grooves on that wedge today.
Seems like his chipping game is definitely not on song. He's not connecting the ball cleanly. As the same thing happened on the second hole. Seems to be hitting a little behind the ball. The same thing happened here as well. Not catching it cleanly. Abhijeet's here now with a realistic shot at birdie, all of 20 feet uphill, breaking a little left to right in the end. Another score. Shankar Das is going along really well. 3 under today, moving him to 7 under par. But on the whole, scores have been over par, so the players are struggling on the front nine. I think there are only about 2 or 3 players who are under par at this point in time. It's good effort there by Abhijit, just breaking in the end a little towards left. A lot of the players are struggling, especially on hole number two, four, even some of the smaller holes like hole number five. As I've seen a few bogeys, so maybe the players would look to just stabilize their game on the front nine and then try and attack on the back nine. As it seems, there are a lot of drop shots here on the front nine. So anybody who has to really mount a challenge here would need to get off to a hot start on this front nine. As we look at Thanga, here at hole number five, the short par four. A lot of these players would be able to get close to the green. Players like Thanga Raja might be able to get about 40 or 30 yards short of the green. Medium hitter might get to about 70 odd yards of the green. So it's all in all a pretty easy hole for the entire field. Straight up, only need to contend with those trees, and then you have a short shot. So Jamal really not doing himself any favors, putting himself under pressure to make these par putts early on. Well, it's the putter that keeps coming to his rescue time and again. So his iron striking and his chipping is definitely not on song. Maybe later in the day, that's something that he'll be able to calibrate and correct. OP here, Om Prakash Chauhan. This looks like a benign, innocuous putt, but believe me, there's a little bit of break in that and not the easiest.
That was definitely a breaking putt and quite difficult one at that. And OP knew that. You could tell from his stroke. And very homemade kind of a putting stroke there. Likes to keep that putter with added loft slightly open to his line. And it's just different strokes for different folks, I guess. So whatever works for whoever. I'll take a look at Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka.
Here in hole number five, giving that a good run.
Some solid putt there by Mithun Pereira.
We're just discussing the trials and tribulations of the players on the front nine. A lot of them are struggling on the front nine, as we are seeing today. The scores after 9 holes, players are finding it difficult. There are a lot of overpass scores today, so maybe the golf course will not yield too many birdies. Even the players who teed off from the back nine are having struggles in their round, even on the front nine. So, what is it today? Is it the conditions or the flag pin positions, or maybe because the final round? Or what do you think we can owe this to?
Well, I think firstly, today we've seen that the winds were definitely further up today in the morning itself. So from the time period of 9 o'clock onwards, we were seeing that gusts of winds were coming in onto the golf course. Secondly, I feel that last day players are also sort of losing their steam, losing their focus a little bit. So that could also be owing to that. And of course, last day flag positions are definitely one of the most difficult that you will see on the Pro Tour. So that probably all of these things together adding on to the mixture. And Tangaraja. Amrit Lal.
With here on hole number 5, cleaning up for his par. Seems a little bit of a fist bump from the caddy, so maybe that's a birdie.
It's Yashash Chandra making amends there and making 2 birdies on par 3 fourth as well as the sixth. Definitely seems like his iron game is on point.
Absolutely. He's sitting 6 shots behind Abhijit. Scores being updated by the scorers there.
As you can tell from their bibs, how much wind has picked up.
Should make for some exciting viewing here on hole number 9.
Ninth hole, we are looking at Sarthak Chibbar right now, checking his golf swing, playing alongside Shamim Khan and Sachin Besoya. Sarthak Chibbar starting with 6 pars on the trot on the first 6 holes, coming up now on to the 9th with his second approach shot.
Looking on anxiously, the caddy and the player.
Ninth hole, even though it's a really flat-looking green, does become difficult to get that ball close to the hole. And there are these subtle slopes on this green which make that putt very difficult to go in.
I think also it's a very small target, to be honest. 9th is probably one of the smallest greens on this entire golf course and very difficult to hit.
Absolutely. In fact, you look at the player has to hit it over the trees, so there has to be enough elevation on the golf ball. And on top of it, it is becoming a windy day. So controlling that ball in that wind, making sure it stays high, it's just contradictory, right?
Yes, sir. I think that's what really adds to the degree of difficulty on hole number 9. I always found that to be a difficult green to hit because of the nature of the green. It's a small little green, very narrow, and even as far as depth is concerned, not that deep either. And when you miss that green, up and downs are not really that easy. So, and if you pitch it short of the green, as we've seen, the ball tends to stop. So iron striking is definitely going to be at a premium on a day like this, where the players are to a certain extent exposed to the conditions.
You can't do that. If you touch the deck, you have to practice that. Well, the game on the course wasn't the best, so I think we got some stuff out of here. We had a good time, and I think that the fact that we aren't really playing over the next couple of days, we can at least say bye to Jaipur in a pleasant way with a good game of snooker. I'd say there's like a similarity of just the amount of touch you need in this game. Is similar to golf, but yeah, there are obviously many more variables in each sport. So yeah, I mean it's a good time off from golf.
Players enjoying a little bit of snooker or billiards, or pool as they like to call it.
Well, that's another way to get some putting practice in.
Absolutely. In that you have to pot the ball in, and here you just have to hold the ball in. So not that different.
Actually, I wouldn't think it to be a bad practice for someone who wants to, probably putt on fast greens and also practice some of the putting. It
As long as
probably
you
works
use
well.
that putting stance and lie down and try.
Don't try to hit other people's golf balls. Try to get in the hole. That's the only thing.
Here in hole number 5.
Amrit Lal also making a birdie on the 5th hole to get himself to 1 under par for the day.
Seems this hole might be playing into the wind as these players are still a good 60-65 short of the front edge of the green. Lohan here in perfect position.
Lohan's put himself in a position of about 70 yards to the front edge. This should leave him 70 plus 16, another about 86 or maybe 90 yards to the flag location today. It's a pretty good spot to be attacking it.
Very good player from within 100 yards. Remember, he'd gone for coaching to the States and really worked on that facet of his game and works pretty hard from within 100 feet. And has that very good flat sort of action from within 100 yards too. sort of keep that ball on a string and able to get it out low, and that's a very difficult thing to do. To be honest, that's one of the hallmarks of a good professional is being able to hit it low from 100 yards in as opposed to high.
Spot on about his game. This should be a good angle to put that ball just slightly left of the flag location. And
Look at
there we have
that!
it.
What a brilliant shot!
Perfect shot there by Abhinav Lohan. Good control on the yardage. Becomes quite difficult to control yardage, especially when you've got downwind like it's blowing today on the fifth hole with a wedge.
So, given the fact that it's downwind, I was actually thinking it's headwind. The players could have been further down the fairway.
Yes.
The longer hitters can actually reach almost maybe 10 to 15 yards short of the green. I remember back in the day. So maybe the ball is not rolling that much, or maybe they caught the tree. Not quite sure.
I think the ball is definitely not rolling much in the fairways. Long hitters like Abhijit Chadda will definitely be another 20-30 yards past where we are seeing these players. But generally speaking, if there was no wind, the players would be somewhere between those two trees as we can see them in the fairway. And
he's also released it nice and low.
Well, looks like he was trying to use a little bit of a bounce, but didn't really happen as expected. Om Prakash Chauhan making another birdie on the par 3 fourth hole to get within a shot of Chadda. As we take a look at the 18th green. The 18th green, we have the group of Pukhraj Singh Gill, Gaurav Pratap Singh and Girraj Singh Khadka making their way up. PGTI's trusted 18th hole scorer there doing his job.
Back here on hole number 9.
Sachin Besoya at about 6 feet. Sachin Besoya currently playing to 1 over par for the day, a total of 3 under par for the tournament.
Looks like this putt should break a little bit from the left to the right.
Very risky putting action there for Sachin.
Very assertive. That was a good stroke.
100%.
But that's the difficulty that I find with left-right putts, and that's why I always say they're a little tougher than right-left putts for the right-handed player. It's a lot easier to sort of go through the line and miss them on the left. Shamim having a much easier putt here. Be just about right inside with medium speed. Now, the good thing about Shamim and his putting game is that the speeds that he normally hits the putt with are very consistent. You'll never really see him hit firm putts. They're always very medium speed putts. He sort of likes to dive in the hole, so I would think that would make it a little more difficult on slower greens, but he somehow manages it really well. Look at that perfect speed.
A lot of blues on the scorecards today for the players. Seems like the wind picking up is playing a problem on the course, although for our top 4 players that doesn't seem to be a big issue. Jamal Hussain, after making another chip putt on the 3rd hole, has dropped a shot on the 4th to drop off to 10 under par for the tournament. We are 1 over par for the day. Akshay Sharma for birdie, long way away on the 5th. As we have it, Akshay Sharma coming up just shy of that birdie attempt. Take a look at his fellow players now. Abhinav Lohan after that superb wedge shot into this whole location. Now putting for birdie.
Seems like a straightforward putt. Right to hole number 5. My apologies. This hole number 8 that we are looking at, the par 5.
Arjun Sharma coming out from the back of the green.
Decent effort there from the thick stuff.
Pretty good actually. Pins perched up on the back of the green today. It's quite a tough flag location.
You can see his shirt fluttering in the wind, so the wind is definitely a factor. Putting against the wind can be a little more aggressive here. Should be a straightforward putt, I feel. I was very tentative by him, I felt. He misread the line as well. That looks straight, and
I think that was pretty much a misread by him. He was stunned himself. I think he made a pretty assertive stroke on it. I think it appeared to be more of like a right center,
Yeah,
or
this
right
is something-
in kind of a putt than an outside.
yeah, this is something that in the game of golf really hurts. You hit a brilliant shot, and you're not able to convert. Then you really have to get yourself together and do it all over again.
100%. We have Mari Muthu now. Just trying to create some damage of his own on the course. He does.
Speedy Gonzalez, very quick.
Mari Muthu.
Doesn't like to waste much time.
Unfortunately, he has dropped 2 shots already at the start of the day to drop off to 9 under par for the tournament. Needs to get something going there for himself.
See a player in the foreground playing hole number 8, it seems, the par 5.
That player is Gaurav Ghai.
What a guy, obviously. Seems to be a million miles in the wrong direction. He'll have to go over the trees and get back to his own fairway.
Ravi Kumar on the 8th, playing alongside Arjun Sharma and Mohammad Sanju. Ravi Kumar, solid attempt.
I really like the way, one thing I noticed that there's a little bit of forward press that he does before putting, and I think that's very beneficial. A lot of the best putters in the world tend to do that. Uh, the downside is sometimes you end up pulling the putt, but for players who have mastered the forward press, they really do putt well because the ball tends to hold the line for a longer time.
I think the person who does that the most is an exaggerated abbreviation of it is Phil Mickelson.
Yes.
A terrific putter is he.
I think that putting is not just about looking at the line and just hitting a medium stroke. You have to be assertive in putting. It's not about the speed. It doesn't mean that you have to hit it firm, but you really have to be looking to hold the putt. Once you have your line, you have to follow through with conviction. Can't be flippant about the way you hit a putt.
Abhijit Singh Chadda on the 5th. Coming up from the left rough. Shouldn't be too bad a spot. You could actually use the front part of the green and let it release up to the flag. Could be a good way to play this hole, in fact. Does that release enough?
It's a decent shot by him. A look at the leaderboard here and also some of the scores for the day as we go through the entire list of players. We have Mohammad Azhar who's at 1 under par for the day and 1 over for the tournament. As I told you earlier, we can see that the players are having their share of the struggles. We're seeing players below the top 15. In fact, almost all of them are over par apart from Azhar, and a few players were level par. So obviously the course is bearing its fangs today. It's difficult. So it's not going to be a pushover. It's going to be quite difficult for these players to shoot under par today. So it's going to be a battle of ball striking, putting, and really managing that game on this golf course. Then we have Pawan Kumar, Ajay Bisoya, both at 1 under par. Good thing that Ajay Bisoya is able to recover from that capitulation yesterday.
Jamal Hussain Mola missing another green on the 5th hole. Finding it difficult to find the greens in regulation today, isn't he?
Yes, and the chipping game is also not on song at all. It's ball striking and chipping is not to par today. It's only his putter is being able to help him. He's bogeyed the 4th hole and seems like he'll have his work cut out here to save par. It's definitely not what he would have wanted if he has to challenge Abhijit for the title. Om Prakash, on the other hand, is making inroads. It's 2 under par through 4, hot on the heels of Abhijit.
Well, the same guy, Jamal Hussain, actually shot a 7 under par yesterday, completely bogey-free round, 7 birdies and no blemishes on that scorecard. And Abhijit Singh Chadda, in fact, has already played 2 bogey-free rounds on this track on the first 2 days. 2 bogeys yesterday to still shoot a round of 65, which is a 5 under par here.
That's brilliant. One bogey-free round in itself is pretty good. 2 are almost unheard of. We'll see on the foreground Karthik playing the 17th hole as you saw there.
Chadda for birdie on the 5th.
Yeah, it's a great effort there by Abhijit. Moving to 16 under par. Jamal would also have gotten a read, returning the favor here as on the 2nd hole. Jamal was able to show him the way. Let's hope that Jamal can salvage his par. Another wristy stroke that he has, really wrist-oriented putting. Seems to be working fine. Please stick to it. Jamal now. As you're saying, how do you feel sometimes when everybody misses the putt or hold the putt? I think this is the contrary of that. You see everybody make their putt and you're left alone on the green and you have to make a putt. I know that doesn't seem like much, but when everybody has made their putt, you also sort of certainly expected to make yours, and there's a little innate amount of pressure that you do feel that yes, I should also make this putt. Everybody else has made their putt, so it works both ways.
Well, both Chadda and Om Prakash Chauhan staying neck to neck with their birdies, and Jamal Hussain coming up yet shy of another par putt.
Very unfortunate start for Jamal. I think now he's already 7 shots behind. He should just look at consolidating and improving his position now and righting the wrong. You can see from his body language, he's not happy about the way this day is going.
Just a quick mention to all of the sponsors who help, all the corporates who help bring all of these tournaments to your cities as well as to your states and your TV screens, ladies and gentlemen. Tata Steel is of course a supporter of the PGTI. So is Rolex, which has supported sports for a very, very long time. American Express, Athletic Drive, Amrutanjan Fruitnik, Electro Plus, as well as Golf Plus Monthly. This week's tournament is powered by AU Small Finance Bank. Rajasthan Tourism presents it at the Rambagh Golf Club. Some of the partners of this tournament are Rajasthan State Sports Council, Aditya Birla Health Insurance, and the Hilton Jaipur. All in all, a great week. Players getting to enjoy the pink city of Jaipur, formerly known as Jaipur. Jeypore. These are also things that I'm learning as we go along. Jaipur was founded in 1727 by the Kachwaha Rajput ruler Jai Singh, ruler of Amer, after whom the city has been named. A popular tourist destination and forms a part of the Western Golden Triangle tourist circuit along with Delhi, Agra. Three of these cities making that Golden Triangle. As we go back to the ninth hole, we have on our screens now Divyanshu Bajaj from Calcutta. Bajaj currently at a score of 5 under par for the tournament, coming up short by about 4 feet or maybe even 5 on the 8th.
Currently, we have 34 players under par. 32nd being at 1 under par. Sachin Pukhraj and Karan Tonk tied at 1 under par. Here at hole number 8, we have the group of Divyanshu Bajaj, Yashash Chandra and Arjun Bhati. Arjun Bhati there in red. He's turned professional this year after a stellar junior and amateur career. One of the crop of younger golfers who are really looking to break the glass ceiling has achieved a lot of success as a junior. It's a big step up from junior and amateur golf to professional golf. The main difference that you feel is the amount of good players that they are there. I remember from my own experience, it's certainly a case of big fish in a small pond. When you turn a professional, you see a lot more players who are as good as you, and that can be a big difference. And a lot of the players turn professional. Some of them can hit the ground running, like Arjun has. Adil did as well. It's not so easy for a lot of the others because you're scoring. When you're playing amateur golf, cut is not something that really you worry about. If you're a good, decent player, you rarely ever miss the cut in amateur golf. But when you turn professional, even the best of players can miss the cut because the cut is applied after 2 days, and mostly only about 30 to 35% of the field survives the cull. For example, this week 126 players started the tournament, and only 50 and ties would go on to compete and get a paycheck. So that's the pressure that is always there. It's it's always like the sword of Damocles that is hanging over each player's head. That yes, I must make the cut. It doesn't matter if you just make the cut and not playing well, but a player really wants to make the cut to have an opportunity to compete over the weekend. As we have a look at Divyanshu with his attempt at birdie, should be able to make this straightforward putt, and he does. So it's very important to there's a sea change when you turn professional and see the level of competition. Also, it's a lot more serious in professional golf. It's to a certain extent in amateur golf, it's still fun and games. You're younger, you're sort of freewheeling. But when you start sort of playing for a living, and each shot actually does affect. So you have a look at Abhinav Lohan here on hole number 6.
Really getting behind that ball, Abhinav Lohan.
My
Get
apologies,
that airborne.
hole number 7, my apologies. So for the longer hitters, they can get closer to this green.
Absolutely, and I think the hole is playing downwards, so a lot of players will get very close to the green. I think that's what Abhinav was trying to do, trying to get that ball as far high as possible so that he can take advantage of the
Very
wind.
good composed finish from Akshay. That's a telling sign if a player is able to hold his finish. Has a look of consternation. Yes, he's asking if the ball is on the green, I think, or the fairway. The sign is normally reserved for that. Now, Mari Muthuar is going to unleash all of that horsepower on that poor little golf ball.
Well, incidentally, this is a very interesting hole, the 7th hole. The players actually need to aim way right off that tee box onto the right side.
Back to the action. Arjun Sharma. It's a good putt right there by Arjun on hole number 9. Arjun currently at level par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Arjun playing alongside Ravi Kumar and Mohammad Sanju. Ravi on your screens, also making that putt on hole number 9.
Presenting India's first customizable credit card, AU Bank Lit. Live it today. With Lit Credit Card, you pay for only what you choose, like only paying for the cream of a pastry. With Lit Credit Card, you can switch on your features.
and cancel them when you want.
And you may not get to customize your phone, but you can customize this dream card.
As we have a look at hole number 18, it's going to be is it going to be the site of an interesting battle here? This is the ideal playoff hole if there was any ever invented. This is the one. Back to the interesting hole number 7. Abhijit would be looking to pound that all the way on the green. He and OP do have the firepower. OP also a sneaky long. When he has to power it, he's able to hit it long.
Abhijit Chadda definitely has the firepower to take on this hole. Can get pretty up close and personal with it. Chadda, who's currently leading the way at 16 under par. OP Chauhan is trailing him by one shot at 15 under. Jamal Hussain Mola deciding to go with a fairway wood so that he can put himself in a position to have a full wedge shot in. Jamal wouldn't have enough firepower to take it on from the right side. Players need to hit this ball from the right side of the fairway, actually over the OB line. In fact,
are those stables?
Yes.
Those are the stables, right?
Yes, there is a stable on the right side, and the players need to basically, it's quite unnerving as the players need to start that golf ball almost 50 to 60 yards into the OB line.
I've visited those stables a few times, I remember. If you push your drive and the wind, you're playing into headwind, you don't catch it, you can find yourself riding a horse to glory. Rather inglorious kind of episode there. Here at hole number 7. Mari Muthu. See, able to unleash one of those power pack drives. Really gave that all. And if he doesn't hit it long enough already, he really unleashed on that one. And seemed happy with that, should be. Oh, I think Mari Muthu, did he come back to hit a second shot? Because he's, yes, I think, just a second, we'll just confirm that for you. Yes, so Mari Muthu seems to have lost his first ball. So he's come back onto the tee to hit a provisional. So I don't think his ball would have gone in the OB. He's far too long for that ball to go towards the out of bounds.
Well, you've got to start that way right into the OB line and also keep that way high so that the wind catches it.
But
But
it's playing downwind, so I don't know if it's even possible for him to land up there with his prodigious length. But
probably-
either way, he's lost his ball, it seems, and he's back on the tee to reload.
probably could just be a miss hit that he had and couldn't find it then thereafter.
Jamal going with the conservative approach, taking a 3-wood, trying to get a 70, 80 yarder for a second shot. Live back to the action now. Jamal pulling out a 3-wood. Will be aiming to the left of this fairway. Leaning a little bit. Seems to have pushed it, it seems. Should be fine. You see Om Prakash now. Om Prakash also has the ability, normally carries the driver about 280, 285 yards. But when required, he is able to put in a little more horsepower and get it over 300 yards. Let's face a line towards the left of this tee. Maybe look to it a straight one. Yeah, that's a confident swing. When a player plucks out the tee, you know that that's the kind of shot that he wanted to hit. Abhijit going towards the extreme left of this tee to get a better angle. Hole playing 385 yards towards to the center of the green. Maybe if you do the yardage as the crow flies, it might be about 340 yards to the front of the green. And with tailwind, he can get there if anyone else can. Has pushed it right. I'll look at hole number 9.
Yashas Chandra MS with that deliberate putting attempt of his, very peculiar sort of routine, as we have just got some information that Abhinav Lohan has made an eagle on the seventh hole, which probably is a chip in, getting within 3 shots of the leader, Abhijit Chadha. Currently, Lohan is at 13 under, and 2 shots ahead of him is Om Prakash Chauhan at 15 under par, and Abhijit Chadha at 16 under, while on our screens, Yashash Chandra MS has drained a birdie putt on the ninth. Take a look at Divyanshu Bajaj from Calcutta coming up for his own par attempt on the ninth hole. Bajaj currently at a score of 5 under par. Unfortunately, lips that one out. Ball turned left to right. He's quite surprised by his reaction. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh is a veteran golfer taking on the 18th hole green from the 9th hole fairway.
Good that
Putting
you were able
himself in
to,
a good angle.
Good that you were able to perceive this much. I'm still confused. What hole is he playing?
Well, he did confuse the rest of the people as well, which hole he was playing. But a lot of players like to hit it onto the 9th fairway because they get a good angle of approach towards the 18th green.
Won't
from
that
here.
hole become a lot longer from that fairway?
Incidentally, it does become a lot longer, but also the angle of approach for someone becomes a straight line approach instead of a draw shot. So that is helpful. But having said that, you've got to be really accurate with your
Yeah,
tee shot.
I have a
Otherwise, you have the
feeling-
trees in play.
I have a feeling this could be a. I don't quite think this could be intentional by a medium length hitter. I mean, Ranjit is a medium long, but you would really need to be a long hitter to sort of excise that line from that fairway because you're looking at a really long club coming in, hitting over the hazard and whatnot.
Dhruv Shoran is on the 9th fairway now. Well, we are back onto the eighth green, looking at Amrit Lal coming from the front of the green. What appears to be an eagle putt for Amrit on the eighth. Amrit Lal currently at a tie for fourth position at a score of 10 under par. Well, he's got a little bit of work to do there to save his birdie. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I got rather excited looking at a 2 on Abhinav Lohan's scoreboard on the live leaderboard, but unfortunately that was a momentary 30-second error. Abhinav Lohan would be sticking around at 11 under par through the first 7 holes of this final round, as Om Prakash Chauhan has tied alongside Abhijit Chadda at 16 under with a birdie on the 7th.
Om Prakash Chauhan is really stepping on the gas. Chadda also has to do the same now.
Amrit Lal's got about 10 feet now for birdie on the 8th hole, take his total up to 11 under and tie Abhinav Lohan.
Is it again turning into a 2-horse race like the last week?
Well, seems like it as of now.
Last week also, eventually on the back nine, it just became a solo competition for second and third position.
That'll be hurting Amrit Lal for some time. Right, 3-putt from the front of the green. Amrit, who had his own share of bogeys yesterday on the golf course, clearly wouldn't be very happy with that 3-putt on the 8th hole. And Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. Ooh, Thangaraja missing that short putt on the 8th hole. It seems like that ball broke a little bit from the left to the right. Probably a pretty dead straight putt at that. Mithun Pereira having no such troubles.
Mithun just stream off pars at this point in time, would want to make a few birdies also. And let's not forget the players are also looking at that top 5 position as well for those world ranking points. As we have a look at Ranjit, it's a decent shot.
It's a decent shot by Ranjit there.
So as I was saying, making all that effort to go on the other fairway, then come here, I think this seems like a lot of effort. Just try and keep it down the fairway, unless I think that would be a line that would be exercised more by the longer hitters, I feel. That would be an errant tee shot to my knowledge.
Playing alongside Saurav Rathi, all of 19 years of age. Has been a professional golfer for the last 3 years.
Good performance for the young lad, having turned professional. I think 2019. He's been professional for 3 years, it seems.
Saurav Rathi.
Roll over the green.
Overshooting that one. Long hitting from close range. Harinder Gupta on the ninth hole.
Has a very free-flowing putting stroke, does Harinder, and free-flowing right into the hole. There's something about good putters. You can almost feel it when they're about 15, 20 feet that it's always going to give a run the hole. And on the other hand, you have a tentative putter. The ball somehow rolls differently. The hole almost comes in the way of a good putter, whereas the other way around, the ball is sort of tapering off or loses the line, and it does get closer to the hole, but it rolls a little differently. It's with an assertive putter, you can always see the ball rolling more consistently. It bobbles less. It rolls more end over end. That's the difference that I've always perceived, and you always feel that the ball holds the line a lot better.
Absolutely. In fact, that holding of line and an assertive putt by Harinder Gupta will make him jump 4 positions at 10 under par now and would be tied for 4th position. Marimuthu, of course, he's not having the best of showings on this final day. Currently at 4 over par through the first 7 holes, clearly not making the most of the situation that he managed to put himself into. Sarthak Chibbar at 2 under par through the front 9 and the rest of the 3. So that'll make him 12 holes through, currently at 7 under par for the tournament and a tie for 13th. We take a look at Dipankar Kaushal, who came way short with his pitch attempt and just shy with his putter.
That's a first look at Dipankar this week.
In a few weeks.
Yeah, Dipankar unfortunately not having the best of form, but making the cut this week and 2 over for the day. Here at hole number 18. Chip should break a little from his left. Opting to use the putter. That's something that we've seen quite often this week, owing to the preferred lies that the players tend to go with the putter from just off the green.
Saurav Rathi currently at a score of even par for the day. We'll need a 2-putt from here to make a par here as well. Pretty solid attempt there by Saurav. Ranjit Singh now from Chandigarh on the 18th, his 9th hole of the day. Ranjit not having the best of weeks, currently at 2 over par for birdie on the 18th. Does he get that one in? And no, he doesn't. Ranjit Singh
going all around the world in 60 days.
Ranjit will be able to make a par on the 18th. Clearly not what anyone wants on a par 5. So, not quite easy to score on this golf course if you do not salvage the par 5s over here. There are a couple of tough par 3s and tough par 4s out there. If you can keep those 4 par 5s within your birdie ranges, you'll put yourself into a good position.
I think you tend to drop shots here on the par 3s if you look at it. I think hole number 4 is a tricky one. Then you're looking at hole number, on the back 9 you're looking at hole number 11, which is a rather difficult hole. Par there definitely feels like a shot in the arm. You look at hole number 15, that tough par fours. There are a few holes. I would not say there are too many, to be honest with you, with the caliber of field that you have here. There are about three of maybe, all in all, maybe about four holes here where you have to hit a few good shots to make par. But if you look at it, the other holes, bogeys are normally, maybe hole number 9 is another one that I can think of. But still, you're laying up and hitting an iron if you are. So, golf course doesn't have too many penal holes, so as to speak. But yes, the fairways are a little soft and the greens are hard, so that can sort of add to the difficulty. And obviously, if you end up missing putts like that, that'll also cost you. There, wonderful camera angle. Hole number 18. This is a kind of mouth-watering shot for viewers. Very interesting to watch. Long approach shots onto par fives. Arjun Prasad walking down the fairway on hole number 18 alongside MD Sayoom and Mohammad Azhar. Their group teed off at 9 o'clock. Arjun Prasad currently playing 2 over for the day and 3 over for the tournament. And for those of you who are just joining us here on ABP Live, we'd like to tell you that you're watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played in Jaipur at Rambagh Golf Club, boasting a prize fund of rupees 40 lakhs, with over 6 lakh going to the winner. And the top 5 players in the field also getting those very elusive world ranking points. This is the second year running that the PGTI has an association with ABP Network. It was a historic association wherein we're bringing you live golf for the first time ever in India. So we're making history here, and I think viewers are enjoying. And if you have any comments or suggestions, please feel free to reach out to us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. And if you want to get a little more information on the golfers, the schedule, their earnings, their statistics, please head over to www.pgtoffindia.com. You'll get a lot of information on their site. And if you fancy yourself to be a professional, you can even find out the dates for the next qualifying school.
As does the co-commentator here, Shwarya Singh. You yourself will be going to the qualifying school, wouldn't you?
I thought about the same last year. Unfortunately, I was besieged by COVID, and I had to wait for. But yeah, I really do like still having the opportunity to just play a tournament a year, maybe 1 or 2 tournaments a year, just to keep the juices flowing. I know you're a very thorough competitor, and you have the Tiger Woods mentality that I'll only step on a course if I know I can win. But I've long resigned myself to the fate, for over 10 years that I've stopped playing as a full-time professional, maybe even more. So now if I get an opportunity to get a couple of tournaments and, to play with these players, it is really something that excites me, to be honest, and that's keeps me going. In fact, I also played, I think about 3 years back, I had a feeder tour. I finished 3rd or 4th and 3rd, I think, in summer. So it was really exciting, and even getting the opportunity to play a tournament and make a cut, which happens very rarely. But for me, it's just the opportunity, and let's see if I get to play the qualifying school this time.
It's kind of the other way around for me. If I don't feel like I can be a good competitor, then I'd rather just focus on the tourism bit.
I'm invariably forced to focus on tourism after 2 days wherever I go. So
I just like to plan in advance. So
Yeah, I'm sure the referees have their ears pointed up now as I told them that I'll be competing. But yes, it's just to add more excitement to the field as we have a look at hole number 9. Rahul, technology is a funny thing, and we are experiencing that as we've got another update that Abhinav, in fact, did indeed make an eagle on hole number 7 and then followed it up with a birdie. So that's some amazing display of golf, and that moves him to 14 under par, just 2 shots adrift. So that's pretty good.
Well, that keeps him only now 2 shots away from the leaders Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadha. So this is going to be an exciting time ahead. Abhinav Lohan has definitely found some sort of heat on the golf course, and if he can follow that up over the next couple of holes, especially all the way now going into the back nine, he has opportunities, but he will have to salvage a couple more so that he can actually join those players on top and give himself a shot at a victory.
Look at Om Prakash.
Chauhan asking his caddy for some hydration. Coming into the 8th hole, parallel par 5 alongside the 14th on the other side.
Do you remember the good old days when Gatorade had come out and it was such a delicacy? I remember, if I'm not wrong, it used to be given for free at Asian Tour events when we used to have those Indian Open, the sale and whatnot, and used to be quite a line of players who were looking forward more to the Gatorade drink. I remember. And now, obviously, we have the Fruit Nick Electro, which is as good, if not better. And I feel we're still doing the same. We're thronging lines for that wonderful drink.
Well, this seems like Om Prakash Chauhan has to have a bit of a pitch here, get it all the way up to that back flag location. He needs a birdie. And he settles himself in a very, very positive position to be able to do that. That should be a good enough attempt of a pitch to get himself up to 17 under par.
That's a brilliant shot there. He's really not giving much breathing space to Abhijit Singh Chadha. And that's what I really like, competitors pushing each other to heights that they didn't know they could achieve.
Jamal Hussain Mola coming up from the right side of the green, another chip for him. Does he get that as close as he needs to? Not really. Abhinav Lohan looking for his second victory on the tour. The last one that he had was in the KGA Golf Club in Bangalore in 2019.
Making all the right moves.
Absolutely. He just needs to keep edging on to these players. While Abhijit Singh Chadha as well as Om Prakash Chauhan also have their sights set straight and definitely building on that score.
I think I don't like to overuse this thing, but it seems like a tale of two halves. You see the top 20 players really shooting under par, and the rest of the field is floundering. Most of them are over par, so it's obviously showing you the pedigree of the players who are playing well, capitalizing on that. As we have a look at hole number 18, this should make for some interesting viewing. The perfect angle to attack this flag.
Do you still think this tournament is going at 16 under par?
Well, no, not anymore. I think you've been what a brilliant shot there. You've been proved right. Unless the wind picks up, I think it can easily. I don't think 20 under par. Maybe if Yeah, you're right. Might just reach 20 under par. I was thinking more in the vicinity of 16 or 17. Let's see. The players do actually have a lot of the par 5 still remaining, so could well reach the 20 under mark as you look at hole number 18. We have the group of Amardeep Malik, Akshay Damale, and Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill. Amardeep has had a good professional career. In fact, the year that he turned pro, I remember he turned pro in 2007 after a brief amateur career. Um, he was able to get his Asian Tour card in his first attempt, and he played Asian Tour for quite a few years. And it's been a long time since then. I've been a professional for over 15 years, and has been on and off on the Asian Tour. Not really tasting that kind of success on the Asian Tour that you would have expected. But that shows you the difficulty that is there for even these professionals. Someone as good as Amardeep Malik, his scoring average would definitely be under par. I think the way he plays, he's under par most of the weeks. And still, it is so difficult for him. I remember him. I think you went for that American tour along with a few other players that were organized by Gurbaz and a lot of few others. And from his excerpts, he told me that the competition is so high, all over the world, especially America, so many golfers, and that trip did help him a lot. But really, I feel golfers do also have a certain time frame when they need to shift up to the next level. Like let's say somebody like Shubhankar has been able to capitalize on his good start, get on to strength, and then you sort of kind of become a regular on those tours. Like Shiv Kapoor for so many years was a regular on European tour. Jeev Milka Singh, Shiv, SSP Chaurasia still a regular on European tour. So how do you manage that as we go back to hole number 8?
Om Prakash Chauhan making a birdie to go to 17 under par. And Abhijit Singh Chadda has only managed a 5 over here.
So how do you ensure that you move on to a tour and you stay there? I think first and foremost, it's so difficult when you move off. You get the smaller events, and the established players are getting to play the co-sanctioned events, which have probably 15 times the prize fund. So how do you what do you have to do to ensure that you can actually stay on these tours? We're seeing our top players, Indian youngsters, but there's a lot of churn. Every year there's a new player who's in the top 60. A lot of the good players don't have a full card, and why is that so difficult? Please tell.
So I think one of the first things over here is that to be able to get out of, let's say, an Indian tour and make a step up into, let's just take Asian tour as an example. As a player moves from, I'll actually go a little further back, and as a player moves from the amateur tour to the professional tour, what happens is that the player will take a little bit of time to adjust his game. There are very less number of players who are able to sort of just jump into the fray and be able to perform. So that's one of the reasons. When that starts to happen, it might take some time, between 3 to 5 years, for some people to adjust. And then when they take a leap up to the Asian tour, competition has changed, the cities that you're going to has changed, the food that you're eating has changed. A lot of these things, again, take some time to adjust. Now, these kind of things have got multiple things in the frame that could be to do with the game, that can be to do with the monetaries, and so on and so forth. So keeping up with that is a little bit of a challenge for a lot of players. Bishop hitting a good shot there, coming up to within 6 feet to make his birdie. So, when you get all of these challenges coming in the fray, I think it does bring up a lot of challenge for the players, not only physically, but also mentally, to push through, and also financially. So, when you keep all of these things in mind, you need to be really resilient to sort of get through. Now, you look at a guy like Shiv Kapoor or someone like Jeev Milka Singh, there are multiple reasons which have worked in their favor, but also, you see, there's a ton of resilience that these players have. be it Jeev, be it Arjun Atwal, be it SSP Chaurasia, be it Shiv Kapoor. That resilience to keep on going out there and trying to fight and live another day, even if you have a good week or a bad week, and keep carrying on. I think that is something which cannot be matched up to any of the other aspects. So once the player has that, I think the rest of the things sort of start to fall into place.
Yeah, you're right. Amardeep holding that putter like a surgeon's implement, a very unique putting style, I must say. What is that? A mix of a claw, or just have a look and educate us about that putting style. But you're right. But there's only limited room in sport or any field to excel, and golf obviously exemplifies that. You have a fresh crop of players coming in, and they're only the top 60 who can keep their card. So maybe a lot of the players also venturing onto other tours, and that's important. And not to forget the financial ramifications of it all. It's not so easy. It's easier said than done. A lot of the good players have actually never ventured out. A lot of the top Indian players have unfortunately not been able to venture out.
Amardeep Malik playing alongside Akshay Damale, who's coming up now for his eagle putt. Akshay managed to get that golf ball onto the green from the fairway for his second shot, almost dropping that perfectly just short of the green and let that release up. I don't think there's a better way to sort of play that shot from that fairway, especially when you have a fairway wood in your hand. Akshay Damale for eagle. Just a little bit more, Damale, just a little bit. Actually, Damale will have that little tap in for a birdie on the 18th, which is the 9th hole for the day for him. Damale, that putt will help Damale take his score to 3 over par for the tournament and even par for the day. As we take a look at Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill, putting here for birdie on the 18th. That'll be a little bit of a hit and a miss for Vishwa. Lots of players using this horn-shaped putter. It's called the number 7. Seems like it probably helps with alignment or the stroke. One of the two has to be the case. We take a look at Amardeep Malik going with a similar style putter himself. Malik likes to go with a claw grip. Drains that one in. No issues there. Looking back at the 9th hole, our leaders, Om Prakash Chauhan, who's taken solo lead now at 17 under par with that birdie on the 8th hole. Om Prakash seems like a confident swing there for him. Jamal Hussain not having the best of days, currently at 1 over par, has dropped down to 10 under for the tournament. He is now 7 shots off the pace, so clearly he is not really in the hunt anymore for this tournament. A couple of birdies would definitely help him salvage a top 5 position, which of course is extremely important owing to the world ranking points that the players get by finishing in the top 5 of the PGTI events. Of course, the better the field of the week, the better the world ranking points players are able to get. Jamal Hussain Mola not wasting much of time there. Quick swing. Jamal Hussain setting himself up for a birdie just about 6 feet away from the hole. Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, favouring the fatter side of the green, as they say. Abhijit Singh Chadda now coming up from just behind that tree. Seems like he will have to get some elevation on that golf ball. Chadda also favoring the side which gives him more leeway. So that'll be Abhijit Chadda and Om Prakash Chauhan about 25 feet away for their birdies on the 9th hole. As Jamal Hussain Molla has set himself up about 6 feet out for birdie on the right side of the hole.
Back to the action here at hole number 13, the par 3. Ravi Kumar on our screens. Ravi currently at 8 under par for the tournament, 2 under for the day, so going along really well. For a lot of these players, each position is really important. They all want to reach the top 60 at the end of the year, because only the top 60 players get exempted to play the Tour Championship, the tournament with a handsome prize fund of 3 crore at the end of the year. And the good news is that there's no cut, so everybody who tees it up does make a paycheck, and a handsome one at that. Arjun Sharma on our screens. Arjun this year ranked 27th on the order of merit, having played 10 tournaments, 4 top 10s, and earning 6,73,000. My apologies, 1 top 10 and 4 times he's not been able to make the cut, but good display of golf by Arjun this year. Ravi Kumar at 4,74,000 after 9 tournaments at 40th position. There will be a lot of change. There will be a lot of change on that order of merit as the year progresses, with the prize funds going up. Unfortunate miss, very uncharacteristics. It's not the kind of putt that you would expect from Arjun, known for his putting prowess, but on that faltering, missing it on the higher side. As we go back to Abhijit Singh Chadda on hole number 9. Abhijit will also be a little shell-shocked. He's playing rather well, and he finds himself trailing Om Prakash Chauhan, who is really leaving no stone unturned. He's 5 under after 8. That's the kind of start that only one can only dream of, to be 5 under through 8 holes on this front 9, which is definitely the more difficult 9 on this golf course. So obviously Abhijit is a seasoned campaigner. He would know that he has to bide his time and wait for his opportunities. 3 par 5s coming up. Just about leaving it short would make par. It's going to be quite an exciting battle on the back 9. Abhinav Luhan also joining the fray. after a 4 under front 9 at 14 under par. We were previously thinking it's going to be a two-way contest, but now there's a trio. Akshay Sharma on the outside looking in at 11 under par with 9 holes to go. Jamal Hussain, who's there on our screens, not having the best of days. Steadied the ship somewhat with the birdie on hole number 6. The lower half leaderboard, we have Syed Saqib Ahmed at 1 under for the day and 3 under for the tournament. We also have Shankar Das 2 under, 6 under for the tournament. As we go back to Jamal with his birdie attempt, we'll be hoping to make this putt. Not that confident stroke. You can see, as they keep saying, keep looking down, look at the ball. So he's definitely the antithesis of that. Looked up as soon as he hit that, and that's not that you always need to keep looking down, but when you peak up too early, you're not really committed to the stroke and you're a little anxious, and that's visible because he wants to make that putt. And that's when I go back to something that I said earlier, golf is a game of opposites. If you try too hard, it doesn't quite work out, and it seems like there's something on the screen, and Abhijit would be pleasantly surprised by that he'd find himself in the lead, and strange miss from OP. Gesticulating that there was something on the green, and that could well be a grain of sand or a small little pebble. You never know. Golf, the ball only needs a slight impediment to veer it off target, and that seems to have happened in that case. I'll go back to the back nine, tied neck and neck with Abhijit Singh Chadda. As we have a look at hole number 16, this is a hole that the players are looking to birdie today. Most of these players only getting about a 9 iron or a pitching wedge to this green. Front flag is one that the longer hitters can reach with a pitching wedge. Mid to back flag is one where the players would probably employ a 9 iron, and the shorter to mid players maybe an 8. Brilliant camera work to trace that ball. Lining up in the bunker there. Pretty accessible flag there. Just leave it towards the right side of the green and let it draw back. That is the preferred shape on this hole.
So we take a look at veteran Shankar Das, former number 1 in the country, on hole number 16. Hole playing all of 150 yards. Green slightly looks like it's on the up. Shankar Das coming up onto the apron of this green, but well within 15 feet. A decent place to be left for a birdie. The 16th hole today has the flag location 18 yards from the front edge and 5 yards from the left side. Take a look at Ajay Besoya. Besoya currently playing to even par for the day, coming up with a really good shot here. It has total score of 4 under par. A tie for 22nd position. Take a look at now Divyanshu Bajaj, who's pulling out new styles each and every day on the golf course. Bajaj currently at a score of 2 over par for the day and 5 under for the tournament. Tie for 18th position. Comes from Calcutta. He's playing alongside Yashash Chandra MS, who is currently at 2 under par for the day, total 9 under par for the tournament. Vianchu would be coming up short. He'll have about 5 or 6 feet left there. On the 13th hole, the par 3. The 13th hole is a 167-yard par 3. So we take a look at Yashash Chandra now getting ready, along with his caddy Neeraj on his bag. Trusted caddy now for the last couple of seasons. Yashash Chandra, but has not reached the hole, but it's pretty much a tap-in for him for par now. A pin location today is on the front part of the green, a difficult one to attack on this hole. You take a look at Arjun Bhati from Gautam Budh Nagar. Bhati goes on to make birdie on the 13th hole. So take Bhati to 9 under par for the tournament. As we take a look at Divyanshu Bajaj now, putting for par, about 5 feet out. Pin on the 13th hole is perched up at 12 from the front and 5 from the right, and Divyanshu would go on to drain that par putt. As the tour moves on from Jaipur, moves to, after 1 week's break, goes to the DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon to play the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational worth 1 crore rupees in prize fund. And thereafter goes to Panchkula, followed by G Milkha Singh Invitational for a prize purse of 1.5 crore. Followed by Pune Open Golf Championship and MP Cup thereafter, packed 5 weeks back-to-back. And thereafter the tour moves to Golconda Masters in Hyderabad, followed by Indian Oil Servo Masters in Digboy, followed by another tournament back in Telangana at the Booty Golf County. another 1 crore rupee event. And then we have the SSP Chaurasia Invitational at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club worth 1 crore, followed by the final tournament of the year, the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2022, played at Tata Nagar, Jamshedpur, for a prize fund of 3 crores. A busy season coming up. Coming up? There's already, the players are already in the midst of this busy season. It's going to be back-to-back events all the way to Christmas. After which, in January, the PGTI would host the qualifying school. Any player who finishes outside of the top 60 has to go back to the qualifying school if he wants to have a playing status on the tour. So that would be one. And the others would be all the players who want to make their way onto turning professional and compete on the PGTI can also go to this tournament. You can visit the website of the Professional Golf Tour of India, the pgtofIndia.com, to get any details on all the tournaments, players, as well as the form for the PGTI qualifying school. Any and all information regarding the Professional Golf Tour of India as well as professional golfers of India is available readily on this website. Ajay Besoya making the one on the 16th hole. That'll be a birdie for Ajay to take his total score to 5 under par as he moves into back-to-back par 5s, the 17th and the 18th. Shankar Das has missed his birdie attempt from the apron, really on the low side. Have that little one for his par. No trouble there. Shankar Das currently solo at 15th position at 6 under par for the tournament. On our screens was the final group that teed off from the 10th hole. Rohan Dole Patil, Mano Viraj Shekhawat, the only amateur to have made the weekend rounds, playing alongside veteran golfer Vijay Kumar.
It's quite an exciting experience as an amateur to make cut and compete against the professionals. You're almost starry-eyed and kind of enjoying that experience.
I'll take a look at Sarthak Chibbar on the 16th, probably what looks like a 9-iron in his hand, all of 150-yard shot. Pin perched up on the left side of this green today. Sarthak Chibbar coming up way short. One of the players in this group whose swing we clearly seem to have missed has given himself a 10-foot birdie opportunity. Very primed up and at a position short of the hole, giving himself an uphill putt. As Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadda lead the way moving into the back nine, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th are going to be a tester until the players move on to the 3 par 5s in the last 6 holes. That is going to be an exciting finish.
Oh, what a great shot. I was just thinking that this is the kind of flag that would really suit Shamim's eye. Being towards the left and being able to hit a baby draw in there and well to be about 10 feet from the flag.
Shamim Khan currently at 1 over par for the day, 1 bogey and no birdies through the day. It's a total score of 3 under par. As you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, from all the leaves that are moving on our screens right now, the wind has picked up, and now you can well imagine what happens to that little golf ball when it goes up way in the air. Abhijit Singh Chadda keeping it steady with 2 birdies on the front 9 and no blemishes. The 10th hole, Abhijit has made a par to stick around at 16 under. Dhruv Sharan with his birdie putt coming up short. We'll take a look at Harinder Gupta now from Chandigarh. Harinder putting himself on the easy side of the green, giving himself about 30 feet for birdie.
Harinder here on hole number 13. The short par 3.
Sisodia currently a 3 over par for the day with rounds of 70, 64 and 68. Clearly not carrying on that form into that final round. Currently at a tie for 16th position.
Opting to keep the flag inside. You can see the wind starting to pick up. It's the flag is fluttering. The putt should break a little to the right and a little bit too much to the right.
Well, your prediction was absolutely right. That ball broke to the right.
I've always noticed that long hitters rarely are very good putters. I mean, that combination is tough to get. If you are, then you're really dominating the play. But it's tough to be a consistently good putter as a long hitter. Maybe because you have primarily your body is dominated by fast twitch muscle fibers, because that's what allows you to hit the ball that far. And fast twitch muscle fibers are probably not the ones that are most suited to putting.
You know, one of the players that I've really grown to admire over the years is Cameron Smith. I mean, the flowy swing that he has and the short game that he possesses, the feel and touch around the greens, he's still a pretty decently long hitter. All of those things are combining together to make him the kind of champion that he is today. You just look at the kind of feel factor, technique, everything that he brings on to the fore, and a very calm demeanor at that. I would take a look at Harinder Gupta now and save his par.
One of the best putters you'll ever see, I think, all around the world, let alone just this tour.
Shamim for birdie on the 16th. Not his day, it seems like. One bogey, no birdies on the scorecard, clearly.
Shamim also unable to make a move on the final day that we've seen. Sort of runs out of steam, so as to speak. We saw that in Coimbatore and previous week as well. He's able to get himself in a good position after 3 days, but on the final day, he just can't seem to get things going. Shamim currently at 3 under for the tournament. Sachin Bisoya at 4 under for the tournament.
Bisoya going for his own birdie putt over here.
Sachin's having a brilliant run on the back nine, though. He's 3 under par. Could have been 4. Unfortunately, not.
Could have been, would have been, should have been. It's just the nature of the game.
You know,
a little up, a little down, a little left, a
I'm
little
looking
right.
at the leaderboard, and I'm seeing Mari Muthuar, who started the day at 11 under par. Unfortunately, 7 over par today after 11 holes. That's not the kind of day that he would have been hoping to have.
Live leaderboard has its own charm, doesn't it? As the players walk by, they keep an eye on that, and also for the spectators, they keep an eye on who is leading the way. As Abhijit Singh Chadha leads the way at 16 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan dropping another shot on the 10th hole. Now has fallen off to 15 under par, and I think that's kind of like what happens, right? Like you miss a small putt, you sort of like start doubting yourself on each and every putt that you will have. I will take a look at Anshul Patel on the 16th.
Southpaw. This is a little bit of a different shot than what faces a right-handed player. I feel he can just hit a nice fade from the right edge of the green. Should be a little more comfortable depending on the wind. The flag definitely a little more accessible to him from that angle.
Patel currently at 5 under par for the tournament.
Decent shot there, leaving it below the hole, all of 25 feet.
It seems like it's advantage Chadda and advantage Lohan as of now. Om Prakash Chauhan, unless he can gather himself back again, is seeming to begin to falter. It's Maniram Sharma pushnelling his way through.
It's quite the verb. Bushnelling, yes, that's what he's doing. Taking exact yardage, something that has changed in the game. Previously, you couldn't quite imagine this happening in a live tournament round, but that makes things a little easier and quicker, so as to speak. Also takes out a little bit of the mystery that players used to face previously in terms of the yardage, and I also think it takes away one sort of weapon that the players had. They could always blame it on the elements or the yardage that they didn't quite get right. So now, they're sort of running out of excuse. If you hit a bad shot, you can only blame yourself.
As we move back now onto the 17th hole. That on our screens is Pawan Kumar. Quick look back at the 16th hole as Sudhir Sharma makes his way onto the putting surface, playing alongside Maniram as well as Anshul Patel. Quick roundup to all of you people who have just joined us. This is the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank Limited, at the Rambagh Golf Club in the heart of the Pink City of Jaipur. Principal partner in this tournament is Rajasthan State Sports Council. An associate partner is Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Hospitality partner is the Hilton Jaipur. The PGTI is supported by corporate big houses like the Tata Steel, American Express, Athletic Drive, Amritanjan Fruitnik Plus Rolex, as well as Golf Plus Monthly. All of these names come and support professional golf in the country, helping the sport grow in different cities, different towns, as well as bring it to your own screens over here. You're watching the ABP Live channel on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. That is where you can find most of the Professional Golf Tour of India tournaments on the third and fourth rounds. You can catch your favorite players, you can catch the best of golf happening in the country and in this region of the world live on your screens. Also, if the PGTI is coming to your town over the next few months, you can head over to pgtofindia.com, have a look at the tournament schedule and see which is the tournament coming to your town, and you can go out there and watch the tournament in person as well. There is no entry fee charged for any spectator, so please feel free to walk in and see the best of golfers. Also, you can follow the PGT of India on Twitter, Facebook, as well as on Instagram. You can also follow any of your favorite professional golfers on these channels, and you could probably take a sneak peek into what the rest of their life looks like, as Shankar Das dropping that club off, not happy with that shot. Shankar quite disappointed with his attempt there, although he's picked up his putter. Currently at 6 under par for the tournament. Pawan Kumar from short of the green on the 17th hole. He's placed himself in a good position to make an up and down to that flag location. It's one of probably the best position to leave yourself on this hole. You don't want to be right side of this bunker at all.
1 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. And I think you're right. This is the best place to leave yourself if you were to make birdie here. Also, an update which Rahul did point out that Om Prakash Chauhan is now indeed trailing Abhijit after making a duo of bogeys in 9 and 10. So, obviously, that hot start coming a little undone now. Anshul Patel here on hole number 16. Maniram. Maniram at 3 under par. Maniram is a golfer, also a very experienced player that has improved his game over the last 3 years. Now you see him towards the end of a tournament a lot more often than you would have maybe 2 or 3 years ago. He was not that consistent in making cut, my apologies, and now he tends to be thereabouts a lot more, maybe almost 60 to 70% of the time he's making cut, and that in itself, given the fact that he's competing with players who are a lot younger and definitely a lot longer off the tee, it's quite an achievement in itself. Maniram hailing from Karnal, the police academy. Oh, leaving it short. Well short.
Cleaning up Anshul Patel. No trouble there for him. Take a look at Maniram Sharma with his own attempt for par. Maniram Sharma. Yep, draining that one in. No problem there for him. All smiles from Maniram. Comes in from Karnal. Sudhir Sharma from Gautam Budh Nagar.
The depth on tour has definitely increased year in year. That's a change that we're seeing, that a lot more players are coming up the ranks and have the ability of shooting under par. Not the case maybe 4 or 5 years ago. You'd see fewer players, and maybe if you put it back further to my time, let's make it seem like a different century. At that time, you'd have cuts at maybe averaging between 2 and 5 or 6 over par. And now you see the cuts, they're normally between the range of 2 under to 2 over par. A few weeks, obviously, like last week was an exception to that rule. But all in all, very competitive on the PGTI. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This tournament is being played at the Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, and offering a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh. And for those of you uninitiated with the game, we'd like to tell you that the game does look a little complicated, but through our broadcast, we try and tell you thing or two about how the game is played, the history, and how to make it more accessible and easy for you to go and play this game, while we look at Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka, the son of former Superstar golfer from Sri Lanka, Nantasena Pereira, taking after his father, having a good golf career. Unfortunately, not having a good golf hole here on the 13th, missing that.
That's unlike Mithun. Mithun usually not the one to leave these kind of putts. Currently at a tie for fifth position at a total score of 10 under par.
Mithun has quietly crept up the leaderboard, but will move back to 8th position now after dropping that shot.
It's kind of like how he likes to do it, along with his fellow playing partner and his countryman, N. Thangaraja, who's not having the best of days today, has fallen off to 7 under par for the tournament, while Mithun is at 10 under par. Amrit Lal cleaning up there. Amrit Lal has moved up to a tie for fifth with a score of 1 under par on the board as of now, on a total of 10 under par. Amrit trying to bring himself back up to that total number that he had found himself on earlier. That little blemish. Total of 12 under par he was after 2 days, and currently left at 10 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda leads the way from Chandigarh at 16 under, followed by Om Prakash Chauhan, who is trying to steady the ship. Caught a lot of pace, but his gears seem to have changed. Abhinav Lohan, keeping it steady, is also 2 shots off the pace. Needs to get something going there over the next few holes. The drama is beginning to unfold as we move on. The 3 players within a shot of one another, and I think it's going to be very, very interesting as things move on. You will see that the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th can completely turn things around, and anyone who can salvage these few holes could be the victor over here, considering there isn't much of a gap to buffer on.
Slight gap between Abhijit Chadha and Om Prakash Chauhan, only a shot separating them. Abhinav Lohan, after that magnificent eagle and birdie run, not able to make more birdies, reeling off 3 pars. He'd like to join the party as well. Akshay Sharma having a very sedate, quiet day at 1 under par, 11 under for the tournament. But you never know, he still has 6 holes to go. And the 13th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 18th do present themselves as birdie opportunities. And I can imagine that these players can shoot 4 under in the last 6 holes. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. So maybe somebody like Akshay can still mount a challenge if he's to make an eagle or a birdie. Two under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. You have Pawan Kumar 1 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. Then you have Karthik Sharma 1 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament, the left-hander. So decent rounds. And at the moment you have 33 players under par, with Abhijit Singh Chadda hailing from Chandigarh leading the pack at 16 under par. In hot pursuit, Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhinav Lohan.
Well, the lowest red number on the course today, as of now, is Abhinav Lohan, who is at 4 under par for the day. And close to him is Om Prakash Chauhan, who is 3 under par for the day. Those are the 2 of the deepest rounds as of yet, and so is Ravi Kumar at 3 under par for the day. You see that lots of players still continuing to make some bogeys. Only a few players on that leaderboard today have actually not made those blemishes. One for that would be our leader, Abhijit Singh Chadda. We also have Akshay Sharma, who's playing a pretty clean round, and so is Abhinav Lohan. As we take a look back at the 16th hole, and there comes the golf ball getting into a fried egg situation for this left side flag location. That is going to be an interesting shot coming up there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Always get something or the other exciting for you on the PGTI.
Absolutely, and maybe that's the morning breakfast that is delayed. Never too late for a fried egg. going to be one hell of a shot, a very difficult shot indeed.
अनूठी कल्पनाओं का वो झरोखा जिसमें है अनेक रूप और अनगिनत मनोरम प्रतिबिंब, जीवनदायी जलाशयों, झीलों और बांधों का राजस्थान, सिहरते रोमांच और नायाब वन्य जीवों का राजस्थान, अभ्यस्त बुनकरों, सधे कारीगरों, चटख रंगों और जीवंत चित्रों का राजस्थान। पधारो म्हारे देश, पधारो राजस्थान।
As we take a look back at the 16th hole after a little promotion from the Rajasthan Tourism, as you all know, we are watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, and a state which is full of history, full of monuments, a lot of history in this state. As we take a look at Mohammad Sanju, who has definitely missed that fried egg in the morning, a little bit late in the day to be eating a fried egg, but this is what it is going to be for him now.
It's going to come out really hot and roll a lot, and it's going to require a lot of skill. Look at that, very difficult. I think he's rather too aggressive on that, although it's a very difficult shot. If you're not aggressive, you leave it there in the bunker. What would you give that for execution? Maybe 5 on 10 or 6 on 10?
3.
You're rather harsh with your scoring. But I think he obviously took the safety first route. I thought he might take a little longer to sort of understand that shot. I would have been there till the evening just to understand where to pitch that shot. But obviously some shots require a little more attention. Maybe that one did.
Take a look at Arjun Sharma. Arjun Sharma currently at his total score of 6 under par for the tournament, now putting for birdie on the 16th. His putt is going to go straight uphill. It's very, very tiny break from the right to the left. Almost no break at all on this putt for Arjun. Arjun would miss that one out onto the left. A pretty good attempt, I would think, on the 16th hole for Arjun Sharma for birdie. That'll be a tap in for par to stick around at 6 under par. Ravi Kumar now putting for birdie. This putt's going to break from the right to the left for Ravi Kumar as well.
And Ravi 3 under for the day, 9 under for the tournament. Ravi currently 40th on the order of merit, so safely inside that top 60. He would obviously be looking to move up in the rankings.
Ravi Kumar also left with a tiny tap in for par on the 16th. While we take a look at Mohammad Sanju, who is again going to have a right to left putt for this his par on this hole, but it's a long way off, about 20 feet away to save his par. Sanju not having the best of days, currently at 4 over par for the round. Bunch of bogeys today for Mohammad Sanju. He shot the first 3 rounds of 68, 69. Apologies, 68, 65 and 71 were his first 3 rounds, but today's damage has left him only at a total score of 2 under par. A lot of players really letting things loose out there on the golf course today. About letting things loose? Not really.
Look at that.
Seems like Mohammad Sanju isn't letting things too loose.
Maybe that's the way to play. Just look at the shot selection and hit it, and that's how it went in the hole. So
Well, if you don't,
didn't quite get the first shot right, but a brilliant one coming back.
well, if you don't hit it, it's not going in the hole. So might as well.
I'd really feel happy on that one. Now can unleash a drive on the par 5. Would really be. You can see the spring in the step. That's what it does.
Talking about a spring in the step, the first 3 names on the leaderboard seem to be making things a little too calm for our liking. Abhijit Singh Chadha starting off with 3 pars on that back nine, keeping it steady at 16 under par. Abhinav Lohan also starting with a string of 4 pars on that back nine. He's at 14 under par. He knows he's got to get something done on that 14th hole now, the par 5. If he does, that's the only way to get closer off to the leaders.
I'm just seeing on the whole, the top 10 players, some of the birdies for them are tapering off on the back nine. They've had a better front nine, a lot of them. But the back nine, it's not being that favorable to them. They're just making pars, a few birdies here and there. So maybe, obviously, the first 4 holes in the back nine are the more difficult holes. Birdie country is definitely hole number 14 onwards. So the best is yet to come. As we see another shot enter the bunker on the 16th hole left-hand side.
Clearly, players are getting too greedy with that flag location. We take a look at Ajay Besoya on the 18th hole. Besoya going for the green in 2.
Level par. Tied alongside Sachin Besoya.
Well, Om Prakash Chauhan, as we speak, has made a birdie on the 12th hole and moved into a tie for the lead with Abhijit Singh Chadha.
Interesting. There's definitely a tussle going on. Who will emerge victorious? Only time will tell. Back to the par 3 hole number 16. Leaving that to the front right. All of 30 feet coming back for his birdie there.
As we look back at the 18th hole now, We have the group of Ajay Besoya coming up. He's playing alongside Shankar Das and Pawan Kumar. Aggressive with the putt, although that's a long way off. One of the playing partners in this group has found himself in the bunker, although that is not a fried egg. That should be pretty good position to get an up and down made from.
He's the closest to the flag. Unfortunately, in the bunker there.
There we have that national tricolour flying high, which resides in the park, which is right next to the 17th hole fairway.
A park that none of the golfers would want to visit from that tee shot, which actually is in play. On the 17th hole, if you're rather aggressive and try to play in the correct fairway, it's quite possible to push it into the OB. That's why I see a lot of the players take the easy way out and go on to the other fairway, although that makes the hole longer but safer.
But also you get a better angle of approach from that side, as the hole is, you get a straight line shot towards the whole location. And Jamal Hussain Mola comes up about 3 feet left on that 13th hole.
It adds a good 40, 45 yards to the distance of the hole. If you are to somehow play in your own fairway, a lot of the players will get shorter clubs in.
See, the thing with playing it in your own fairway is that because the hole is curving a little left, right, the dog leg, you want to keep yourself in the left part of that fairway. If you try to get too cute with cutting the corner, you can end up getting yourself into closer to that flag location.
Just think of it, the 17th only plays 511, but because the players do go on to the other fairway, it plays a lot longer than that.
Well, if the players don't want to go close to that tricolor flag of ours in the park next door, then that's what they really have to do. Also gives a better angle of approach, so you can be more aggressive with your second shot.
Really, no risk and reward. To go in that fairway. Now let's see if
Divyanshu Bajaj has the skills to get this one up and down or not. Divyanshu is a pretty good location for him. Shouldn't be too tough.
But really, it's not the easiest bunker shot because you really have to accelerate through it. It's the shorter bunker shot are the more difficult ones. He has done brilliantly well. We'll have that 3-footer back for Paul.
Divyanshu Bajaj is not really having any trouble there with that shot. Yashash Chandra and Arjun Bhati will be coming up from the front half of the green to this flag location. They're going to have at least 30 feet each. Arjun Bhati to go first.
Decent effort there.
Bhati currently at a tie for 5th position at 10 under par. That should be a good enough putt to keep him at the same score. So we take a look back at Jamal Hussain Mola coming up for par on the 13th.
What are your suggestions for these younger players who turn professional? And obviously, they want to hit the ground running, and they've tasted a lot of success in the junior and amateur tours, even internationally, and they want to replicate that as soon as possible. You think if they have the means, they should definitely venture internationally as soon as possible, whether it's the European Tour qualifying or I would say even as far as the US Tour, or just maybe gradually play the Asian Tour and then play a domestic tour. What is the ideal way, or there isn't one?
So that would definitely be my advice to anyone who can, who wants to turn professional. Firstly, I think your average scoring should have reached a subpar level. So you should be scoring around 71, 72, at least on your home course to even want to turn pro. And thereafter, I would say if you can put in 4 rounds and get yourself in red numbers in those 4 rounds, even if that means you're playing some amateur tournaments, playing some 4 rounds back to backs in your own club or maybe some clubs around you, you will have a better chance of having a decent showing on the pro tour. That would be the first. And yes, I think for sure anyone who has the financial capability to go out and play different qualifying schools, maybe play the PGTI as well as play the Asian Tour qualifying in the same year, that would be absolutely phenomenal, because you want to give yourself as many competing opportunities as you can early on in the day, as that is the competition and the exposure is what will get you up to the mark in the first few years until you make it to the top levels. And after that, of course, you can start to pick and choose and decide where you want to play. But I think in the start, it's very important to get yourself multiple competitive opportunities in your early days, early years, also, be it of professional touring or also, in early age in terms of being young and physically fit early on. And there we have Divyanshu Bajaj, a man who has been changing his diet and his fitness regime to turn back the years, making a putt for par after that
Nice.
attempt from the sand.
Looking a lot fitter owing to that change in his diet and fitness regime.
Arjun Bhati doesn't seem like he requires any changes in his diet. Definitely requires to make that putt right now to stick around at a tie for fifth at 10 under par. No trouble.
You see, these younger lotters, they really do work on their fitness. All of them do look in shape. They
What
put a
is it
lot of
that you
time.
do, Shaurya, for your fitness?
I just take inspiration from you, my friend. That's all I do. I think that now I have to sit along with Rahul Bajaj, go for a run in the morning.
I'm the last person that you should be looking at for fitness anyhow.
Touche, my friend, touche.
Yashas Chandra also sticking around at a tie for ninth position at 9 under par. Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadda still leading the way at 16 under. Abhinav Lohan keeping the ship steady as we go back and take a look at Pawan Kumar.
Mystery is unveiled. And for those of you who are just joining us on ABP Network, you're here with us on ABP Live. You're watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank, being played at the Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, offering a prize fund of rupees 60 lakh. My apologies, 40 lakh. And on your screen is hole number 16, the par 3, playing to about 145 yards today.
That's Dhruv Shoran currently at a score of 6 under par and a tie for 14th position.
This whole position should favor his ball flight. 25 feet right of the flag.
Thanks, Shaurya, for mentioning about AU Small Finance Bank there. AU Small Finance Bank Limited is the scheduled commercial bank, a Fortune India 500 company, and the largest small finance bank in the country, starting its journey from the hinterlands of Rajasthan. Today, AU Bank is the largest small finance bank with a deep understanding of the rural and semi-urban markets that has enabled it to build robust business model facilitating inclusive growth with 27 plus years legacy of being a retail focused and customer centric institution. Shivendra Sisodia on our screens. AU started its banking operations in April 2017. Superb shot there by Shivendra Sisodia. As I take a break from telling you all about AU Small Finance Bank, giving himself under 10 feet for birdie. AU started its banking operations in April 2017 and as on 30th of June 2022 has established operations across 953 banking touchpoints while serving 30.7 lakh customers in 20 states and 2 union territories with an employee base of almost 30,000 employees. That is a big big jump for a company that started in only 2017. The bank has a net worth of 7,789 crore. AU Bank enjoys the trust of marquee investors and is listed at both the leading stock exchanges, NSE and BSE. It has consistently maintained a high external credit rating from major rating agencies. So any of you who likes to do some investments, you can go and look up AU Small Finance Bank. And, seems like the bank is going from strength to strength. Probably the best place to go and put your money in. While we take a look at Sarthik Chibber, see if Sarthik Chibber can actually get that ball where he needs to put it. And that's a
It's a
pretty good
reasonably good
shot for
shot there
Sarthik.
by.
About 8 feet away for birdie on the 18th hole. Pretty good shot coming from that right side of the green location, coming in from the rough. Tough to control the spin rates there.
Both Om Prakash and Abhijit have made a par on hole number 13. Par 3, now they would be moving to the par 5.
Sachin Besoya is over the green. Appears to be here in 2 shots. Sachin also one of the longer hitters of the ball. Certainly, if not the longest, definitely above the average length of driving. Sachin electing to chip it from there. We saw a couple of players earlier who decided to take the putter as an option, but not for Sachin.
This is a shot that he couldn't have quite taken the putter out because he is in the second cut of rough. So, knowing his short game skills shouldn't be too difficult for him. He has good
Behind
touch.
Sachin is the way to the clubhouse, but he still has to play a couple of shots before he makes his way there.
Look at that.
Nice touch.
Brilliant
exhibited.
execution there by Sachin.
Absolutely lovely touch exhibited by him there. Sachin is currently at a score of 4 under par for the tournament and at 22nd position. That appears to be his birdie attempt, should take him up to 5 under par. Shamim Khan himself with a birdie attempt at about 12 feet. That ball should break a little bit from the left to the right for Shamim. Lohan making another birdie and bringing himself up to within 1 shot off the lead after a birdie on the 14th hole. Things are getting very heated up there among the 3 names, and that putt did break from the left to the right. I mean, just about missing his birdie attempt on the 18th hole. Not his best week. Shamim Khan playing a golf course which would rather suit his kind of a game style. Not doing his best, only at 3 under par for the tournament. Take a look at Sarthak Chibber. Sarthak is at 7 under par for the tournament, putting for birdie on the 18th. Chibber goes on to make that birdie on the last hole. Superb up and down and a great effort by Sarthak Chibber. That should get Sarthak Chibber to 8 under par for the week. And a tie for 11th position. We shall confirm that shortly. Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadda tied for the lead at 16 under par. They are currently playing the par 5 14th hole as we await confirmation. Dhruv Shoran missing that par putt on the 16th.
Rather short to be missed, to be honest. It looked all of 2 feet at most.
Also quite unlike him. He's supposed to be a good putter.
I think what happens towards the wee end of a round, you tend to lose focus somewhat, and especially on these shorter putts. That's why you still need to maintain that focus. And sometimes these shorter putts are the ones that actually can have a sting in the tail.
He's supposed to be a good putter, isn't he?
Yes, a little streaky though. I mean, he has the ability of shooting a lot of deep rounds, and if he's firing on all cylinders, he's an excellent putter. I played quite a few rounds of golf with him.
But if I'm firing on,
No thing which
I usually just end up looking for the cylinders mostly. I wonder where they really are.
You can elaborate about the
I'd rather
species
just-
of fish and educate us.
I'd rather just hang around looking at the fish and enjoying the views.
It's supposed to be very, looking at fish actually supposed to be very soothing, calming, almost like therapy. Just look at them and it's supposed to really calm you down. So maybe it's not a bad thing to have hazards around all the greens. Hit a ball there and then look at the fish.
Yeah, but I don't mind. I don't mind
Contemplate your
just,
life choices.
I don't mind just looking at them and then eating them as well.
Poor fish, they're only there for visual display. Please do not do that on any golf course.
You don't expect.
I
that.
think you should be playing golf in Florida where they have alligators. You traveled there and played your golf. So did you come across any alligators or crocodiles on the golf course? We see quite a few of those videos now.
Luckily not. So we take a look at Mithun Pereira on the 16th. He's come all the way from Colombo to play this tournament. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka. Luckily, I haven't seen or encountered any crocodiles.
His
or
t-shirt color reminds
alligators
me
on the golf course.
His t-shirt color is reminiscent of one.
T-shirt color is reminiscent of a lot of things. He's literally trying to camouflage.
Look
himself
at
on
that
the
golf
golf course.
shot. Very good golf shot right there. All of 15 feet. Downhill right to left.
Just look at it.
Give himself a chance for birdie. Mithun already coming off a birdie off the par 5 14th hole. Abhinav Lohan also picking up a shot and making birdie here, just one shot behind the leaders. The player striding down the 18th as Thanga is here on hole number 16. Not too sure if he's using a tee this time or not. Quite a few butterflies fluttering around.
Thangaraja currently at 8 under par for the tournament and a tie for 11th position, coming up 30 feet short of the hole, or maybe even more. Would have that big right lefter towards that whole location from that. As we await their third playing partner to come in, while we can appreciate Anshul Patel's walk to his third shot and the green on the 18th. Sudhir Sharma trailing him.
Amrit Lal on hole number 16. A low draw is something that this flag position would favor. Coming in off the right hand side. Brilliant shot, just what the doctor ordered, 10 feet from the pin. Two brilliant shots by Mithun and Amrit, both giving themselves an opportunity for birdie here on hole number 16. As we update you on the scores, Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadda both tied at 16 under par. Trailing them is Abhinav Lohan, one shot behind. Akshay Sharma coming in at 4th position at 11 under par.
Maniram Sharma under some shady business there. So we take a look at Thangaraja, Mithun Pereira, and Amrit Lal striding down the 16th hole. Amrit Lal currently at a tie for 8th position at a score of 9 under par.
Hole number 18 now. Maniram. He's actually in quite a strange position on this hole. So seems, oh, brilliant shot. Not strange anymore. It's 4 feet under the flag. It seems like he went for the green in two, and probably the ball hitting one of those trees or branches and staying there because it was between the devil and the deep blue sea, neither laying up nor going for the green. But all that is history now with that brilliant shot. Maniram now at 3 under for the tournament, 2 over for the day. Maniram currently sitting at 37th position after 10 tournaments, making the cut 7 times and sitting at 5,07,000. So good play by Maniram this season.
We take a look at Sudhir Sharma, who's coming up for what appears to be his 4th shot on the 18th hole, coming up a quiet shot of the hole. That'll be about 12 to 15 feet shot for a save on the last. Winner Lohan is only 1 shot off the pace now as we await Om Prakash Chauhan's score for the par 5 14th hole. Anshul Patel, coming up from that front part, has a good chance to make an up and down. Left himself in a pretty solid position for that flag location.
Nicely done.
Anshul Patel taking a completely aerial route, but I think he expected a little bit of release on that ball. He'll still have 10 feet to go for his birdie putt. Care for the course. Repairing pitch marks is known as a care for the course. Great etiquette to have. Also very important to help keep your golf course in a good shape. Not only does it help you to get a level playing field, but also to keep the course in a good shape. It helps to repair the golf course a lot quicker when golf balls drop and create those marks on the greens.
You know, when we started the game, they used to tell us always try and repair 1 extra pitch mark when you land up on the green and 1 extra divot, then you'll always find the golf course in great condition.
That story stands true even today. Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhijit Singh Chadda still staying at 16 under par through 14 holes. Both players have made pars on the 14th. Not quite what I would have expected. Only 1 shot remains between Chadda, Chauhan and Lohan. Didn't even realize that even rhymed. Does he have it? That ball didn't really break towards the end, did it? So Sudhir Sharma would have to tap that one in on the last hole. And that would be his final part of the round. Tie for 24th position for Sudhir Sharma at a total score of 3 under par. Not his best. So we take a look at Anshul Patel. Anshul Patel is currently at a total score of 6 under and a tie for 16th position. Making this putt can make him jump a couple of positions all the way up to a tie for 14th. Patel, all the time
That's
spent
a
over
brilliant
there
putt.
was worth it.
All the effort not going in vain.
Well, I was just hoping after all the time he spent, he'd definitely make that one in, and he made that one in with conviction, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Maniram Sharma, last man standing of this group.
Let's see if Maniram can capitalize on that brilliant shot.
And Maniram Sharma would go on to miss that one. Also, a quick mention to all of the tour partners of the PGTI, Tata Steel, biggest steel company, and also American Express, Athletic Drive, Amritanjan, Fruitnik Plus, Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly, all these sponsors coming together to present to you the best of golf, the best of golfers in the country, be it live in your cities or be it live on your screens. These tour partners of the PGTI bring to you and provide opportunities for the professional golfers to compete and hence help the PGTI take Indian golf global.
That is the tagline of PGTI, taking Indian golf global, and haven't they done that so well in the last few years? You're seeing such a good crop of fine young golfers year after year, honing their skills on the PGTI, and a lot of them also moving off to international tours, to greener pastures, and that's what we like. The tour for a lot of the golfers is somewhere that they can hone their skills and move off to the very competitive international tours. And this is one of the only few domestic tours in the world that has world ranking points. Not something to be taken very lightly. Leaving that off a little bit to the right, 30 feet coming back.
Well, that putt's going to break from the right to the left for Akshay Sharma. But a whole high situation goes to show that good ball strikers, it's usually always found around a whole high location. Their yardage controls are really good so as to keep giving themselves an opportunity. And talking about opportunities, Abhinav Lohan has dropped a shot on the 15th hole to now be 2 shots away from the leading score of 16 under par between Chauhan and Chadda. So we take a look at Mari Muthuar from Bangalore. Mari Muthu leaving himself again on the short side of the hole, but he'll have about 20 feet for his own birdie. Lohan would need to salvage the next couple of holes to create some damage, to keep the pressure on and have a shot at the title. You never know, 17th and 18th can have any sort of surprises for the players. See Lohan walking up to the green, the club in his hand, right in front.
What are your predictions now?
Well, I still think that the game is open as Om Prakash and Abhijit are playing together. So, that's a different kind of a deal altogether. Abhinav, as he hasn't won in so many years now, I'm actually secretly hoping and wishing that he pushes the pedal over the last 3 holes, 16, 17, and 18. You never know. He could still be out there for even maybe getting into a playoff with the players. I think it is a possibility. But
That would make a difference
clearly
as well. Not having won in so long.
Clearly, he's left himself in a very awkward situation in that bunker on the left side, and that'll make things very tough for Abhinav.
I think this is pivotal. What he does here will determine if he can actually get into that playoff. Having come off a bogey on the last hole, I think this would be the end of it if he's not able to save par here.
I think he's left himself in that situation as probably the effects of the 15th hole must have been irking in his mind.
I think at a bare minimum, he has to look at making a par here and two birdies on the final two holes. Anything less than that, unfortunately, will not quite do.
It is imperative for him to get this up and down. There is no other way for him to find himself his second title. Unfortunately, we had missed his shot from the tee box. Nonetheless, let's see if Abhinav can get enough club under that ball, enough acceleration. Well, clearly Abhinav Lohan would have a huge putt now, about 20-25 feet for
And
his
that's a must
par.
make for him if he has to try and get into that tie for the lead. But all things considered, looks very unlikely at this point in time.
Akshay Sharma from about 30 odd feet away for his own birdie at the 16th hole. Putt's going to break right to the left, probably about a grip or so.
I think Abhinav would have been a little too aggressive on that one on the par three, and that is what would have caused him to get into that sand trap on the left. I feel. He
He's
would
probably trying to be too aggressive with that flag location as he had just dropped a shot trying to win a tournament. I think,
That's fine. I think those are the chances that you have to take. There's no other way to win a tournament. You have to be aggressive at the end. We espoused that opinion even the previous week, and that is the correct way because there is no other way for him to get to 16 under par. I mean, he has to take the chances. That's why they say that you have to get into contention more often. You can't just be in contention one time and expect to win that. That is a very rare event if that is to happen.
well, it's you got to have aggression with caution, but sometimes your thoughts can get the better of you. Lohan with a long attempt for par on the 16th. Lohan needs this one to keep his campaign alive. Does that. Oh, Lohan would come up short and drop another shot on the 16th hole,
take
dropping
it to-
off to 13 under par for the tournament.
Maybe an eagle birdie finish or a birdie eagle. You never know.
Well,
Stranger things have happened on a golf course.
let's take a look at Mari Muthu with his birdie putt. Mari Muthu could control some of the damage that he's done on the golf course if he could get this one ball going in the hole. Clearly not. Way off the mark there for Mari Muthuar from Bangalore. He would have to stick around at 4 under par. Not taking much of time. It's like 3 feet, no problem. Let me just take you in right now.
Obviously, he just wants this round to be over now. He's not too happy with the way it's gone, and the golf course is the last place he wants to be at this point in time. And to understand his feelings of things not really going his way.
Akshay Sharma finding himself to balance himself is becoming a trouble, so gets both hands up, gets a little more core tightness going just to balance it out for the day.
Is that a
See,
line
it
reading
takes
technique or just showing off his acrobatic prowess?
probably more of the latter than the former. Akshay Sharma for par on the 16th.
It's well done right there.
Ravi Kumar coming up on that putt. Lovely putt there by Ravi Kumar and a great camera angle on the 18th hole. Pure roll for him. Ravi Kumar giving his ball away to the spectators. Happy day, all smiles. As long as it ends well, it is well. Ravi Kumar finishing at a tie for 9th position at 9 under par, and I think that'll be one better. And probably take himself to tie for 6th position if that was a birdie putt by him.
It's not too bad. Come in with a handsome check as well. As we have a look at the leaderboard, Abhinav would drop a shot and move to 13. Abhijit and Om Prakash both tied atop the leaderboard. Thanga Raja coming in at 9th position at 8 under par.
There is our leader group on the 16th tee box. Chauhan and Chadha both have made pars, and so has Jamal on the 15th hole. Jamal is back at 11 under par, going on the tee first. Jamal Hussain Molla from Bangladesh leading the way. A nice and aggressive golf swing by Jamal. His right to left swinger ball will be good for this kind of a flag location. And is it? And yes, it is. Jamal Hussain Molla has set himself up for a nice birdie at around 15 feet on the 16th, while we await Chadha and Chauhan yet to play. Om Prakash Chauhan will be taking it on first. Chauhan, who is a left-right ball striker.
You think one of these two players will make a birdie here?
Well, I think one of them will. Om Prakash Chauhan and Chadha both have very similar kind of ball flights.
Om Prakash Chauhan probably better with the shorter irons. His proximity to the hole is really good, given with 9, 9, 8 and he's very close with these irons. Look at that, a brilliant shot, about 22, 23 feet coming back.
I'd say these are pretty makeable putts for these players. As we await Chadha. Chadha can pick up a cue or two from looking at his fellow players. Checking out the wind, looking up at the leaves, trying to get an idea of what the wind is doing up there atop. The tee box is guarded by too many trees around them. It becomes very difficult for players to judge because the gusts of wind feel like they are swirling around, although it's seldom that wind actually swirls around. It's very difficult to sort of ignore it as you can feel it right in your face. And Abhijit Singh Chadha, prime shot there, 15 feet short of the hole, uphill attempt from the right to the left for Chadha here.
Probably the most makeable putt.
Absolutely. Things are getting exciting here. We have two players tied at 16 under par on the lead. One at 20 feet for birdie, coming slightly downhill. The other at about 18 feet going uphill. Which one is it going to be? Until then, we take a look at Calcutta boy Divyanshu Bajaj playing his third shot on the 18th.
Divyanshu Bajaj sitting at 5 under par for the tournament, 2 over for the day. There you have a sizable gallery following the players. As the COVID restrictions have waned off a little bit, you will see the return to normalcy hopefully sooner rather than later. Things will begin to go back to normal hopefully. And we're seeing some of the glimpses of that here this week as we see the club members, patrons, juniors, and other people from all walks of life following these golfers and enjoying this day in the sun. And the golfers also really appreciate the gallery, and that's what they actually play for. It gets their adrenaline flowing to play in front of people. That's what professional sport is all about, to be played in front of viewers, fans, and everybody alike. As Divyanshu hits a brilliant shot, 2.5 feet left for his birdie to move to 6 under par. I'll look at some of the other scores today, see how the others have done out on the golf course so far. We have Mohammad Azhar, who shot a 1 under par today. Kapil Kumar shooting a 3 under par to be at 5 under par. Karthik Sharma also shooting a 3 under par. As we have a look at Yashas here on hole number 18. Would have been quite aggressive with the second shot. Lucky to be short of that hazard. I would need to get a deft touch on this one to get it close. Coming up short. Seem to be in a precarious sort of a lie, and still will have his work cut out for his par. Will need to get up and down from there. Continuing and looking at some of the scores, we have Kapil Kumar 3 under for the day. Ajay Besoya shooting a brilliant 1 under today after yesterday's 3 over par. So he would be happy with that effort and finish in a tie for 19. That would be one of his best finishes, I think, in quite a while. So he should be happy with that performance, and that'll probably motivate him further. Sachin Besoya also 1 under for the day. Pawan Kumar 3 under. Sarthak Chibber 2 under for the day as we have a look at Yashas Chandra. Seems to have gone from bad to worse. Still a difficult lie. Had a tough lie for his third. Apologies. And now it doesn't seem too much better. Can't quite see the ball, so it's nestled down in the rough. Judging it to perfection.
What a solid shot by Yashas Chandra. We'll go back to Arjun Bhati.
And ball bobbled up quite a few times, leaving himself with some work to be done. Arjun Bhati also hits the ball quite a fair distance. I believe he carries that driver well over 290 yards in the air.
That would be right.
I think as a medium hitter, short hitter would really be left out in this kind of company. If you're playing with these long hitters, they take different lines on a hole, and then you'll be left wondering, what am I doing here? That used to happen to me a lot, playing with these long drivers on par fives, par fours. They take, because the alignment and lines that they take on the tees is totally different, and it makes so much difference. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. If you're carrying the ball 270 in the air, and you're playing with somebody who's carrying the ball 290, those 20 yards can actually sometimes easily turn into 50 yards, because a lot of the golf courses have these run out areas at a certain yardage, and the downhill normally starts at about 300, 310, and these players can reach that carrying those hazards. Normally bunkers are placed in most of the modern golf courses between 270 to 290, but longer hitters are just able to go beyond those, so that kind of magnifies their advantage. So as we stated earlier, first learn to hit it hard. You can always straighten it up later. Divyanshu with a wonderful birdie on hole number 18.
Yashash Chandra for birdie on the 18th hole after that superb chip. He gets that done easily. Yashash Chandra from Mysore, who finished his campaign this week at a total score of 10 under par, which should be good enough to finish at a tie for 6th position. Ravi Kumar also has finished with a birdie on that last hole for a tie for 6th position at a total score of 10 under par. Jamal Hussain and Akshay Sharma are at 11 under par to be tied for 4th. There we have Amrit Lal
on the final hole. Amrit Lal currently sitting at 10 under par for the tournament, giving that a mighty whack. Quite the recoil on that one. I think this tends to happen on longer holes, and especially where players intend on reaching the green in two. They always leave nothing in the bag and go, throw the kitchen sink at it, so as to speak. Thangaraja has lots of power in store. Won't really need to go more than 100% on this one. Nice smooth swing, quick recoil, and picked up the tree, and on he goes. Thangaraja currently at level par and 9 under for the tournament, level par for the day. Alongside Mithun.
I don't think I've ever seen Thangaraja missing any fairways.
And given that length, and with
That's the reason he takes no time. He's like, I know I'm going to be in there.
Mithun Pereira making 2 birdies, also birding the 17th hole and moving to 11 under par. That's quite the move he's making. In fact, he's just 2 shots behind Abhinav Lohan, who sits at 3rd position. Currently 3 golfers, my apologies, tied at 11 under par. Mithun, Akshay and Jamal. Yeah, you can see them walking down the 18th hole.
That's a brilliant shot by Akshay Sharma, taking the route off the road from under that tree. Superb shot, giving himself a birdie opportunity from that tough spot. Abhinav Lohan coming up from that perfect location on the 17th. Lohan needs to finish strong. He's also given himself a good chance for birdie over here on the 17th.
Abhijit Singh Chadha currently sits at 17th position on the order of merit. After 17 tournaments, he has played 8 tournaments this year, making cut in all 3 top 10s. 9,52,000 has been the prize fund that he's amassed. If he were to win this tournament, he would move up to 15 lakh, 15 and a half, and that would move him into the top 10 on the order of merit, somewhere around 8th or 9th, depending on how the others play. So that would be a sizable jump for him on the order of merit. Om Prakash Chauhan, also in a similar position. In fact, what a coincidence. Om Prakash Chauhan is just 2,000 rupees behind him on the order of merit. So he's at 952, and Om Prakash is at 950. And both of them are leading the tournaments. Quite a coincidence,
like-
I must speak.
Seems like this is a year where they're basically trying to be neck to neck with each other.
Yes, let's see who's the one who is able to come up trumps today.
And Dhruv Shoran from the front of the green. Now to get it up close and personal on this 18th hole, appears that Dhruv is there in 2 shots on the 18th.
Really fashion game on point today. The same cannot be said about that chip, though, leaving a lot to be desired, leaving it 10 feet, about 8 feet short of that flag. I find these kind of chip shots a lot more difficult when there's a lot of green and the flag at the back. I think sometimes on shots like these, you're better off taking a putter. Depth perception gets a little difficult. On the other hand, when you have chip shots where there is a little bit of fairway to cover as well, or a little easier. Decent effort there.
And we have Shivendra Sisodia attempting on the 18th hole and coming up short of the hole. As we see Dhruv Shoran, after a chip attempt, has still left himself a lot of work to do. He's still 10 feet short off the hole on this 18th hole, attempting for birdie. Shoran currently at 18th position with a total score of 6 under par for the event. That ball tapers off towards the right side. Not enough pace on that ball as well. A little bit more, being a little more assertive with that putt could have helped. It's like a little frustrating day for Dhruv Shoran on the course at the Rambagh Golf Club.
He will finish the tournament at 6 under par in a tie for 18th. Oh, welcome. Return to form as he comes into the latter half of the PGTI season. A season which is jam-packed with a lot of tournaments, and we have the fairway jam-packed with a lot of spectators, which is really a sight for sore eyes, I must say.
Nice gatherings here at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. Harinder Gupta on the 18th hole cleaning up for his final putt of the week until some of the players, of course, will be playing the Pro-Am coming tomorrow, which is a professional and amateur format that will be hosted at the same golf course.
There will be a 2-week break on tour. After that, there will be 1 week, my apologies. Then they will be playing the Couple-Dev Grand Thornton Invitational, the big one, for 1CR tournament being played at DLF Golf and Country Club. And obviously from there on, you see tournaments worth 50 lakh, 1.5, 40 lakh, 40 lakh, 60 lakh, 1 crore. So many tournaments, and culminating with the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2022, the big one for 3CR. So a lot of money to be played for, and that's why it's important that the players hitting form right now. A lot of the players like Dhruv Sharon, Amardeep Malik, who were a little off color towards the mid part of the season, they'll be happy to have made cut and get back in the groove of things.
Kapil an ardent fan of the game. It's a superb golfer himself, a low single-digit handicapper. He's out here supporting the cause of promoting sports and giving back to the world community of sportsmen by getting in, and hosting a professional golf tournament, a sport that he has begun to love hugely after his cricketing career. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh on the 18th.
Giving that a good whack. All of these players really want to. That was a Tiger twirl, so leaving no doubt whether he liked that shot or not. Abhinav Lohan.
Lohan on the 18th hole now.
Very quick tempo. Not too sure where he's hit that one. Thangaraja. My apologies. Mari Muthu here. Having a day that he'd best forget at 7 over par for the day. On the script that he would have written. Let's see if he can bomb one down there at 350 yards and end in style, maybe make an eagle.
He can surely finish it plus 300 yards off the tee. Whether he's going to finish with an eagle and in style or not, we will find out shortly. But surely, as we see Abhijit Chadda having some sort of a trouble in that left bunker on the green side on the 17th hole, with all the galleries here supporting the players.
This shot is really important. Seems to be on the edge of the bunker, not quite in the sand, so it seems.
I think he had probably that ball was plugged, or he needed to identify the golf ball there.
This is the first time we're seeing Abhijit take time in a chip shot. You can understand how important this is for him.
I don't think we've seen him hit many chips, actually, have we? 16 under par, leading the way alongside Chauhan and Chadha, fighting for also an order of merit spot, as pointed out by Shaurya a little while earlier. So Chadha would need this one to be pretty perfect. I think he's done a fairly good job, has he? Has he?
He's done pretty well, giving himself 4.5, 5 feet there for birdie.
That'll be a bit of work, I think, for saving birdie on the 17th hole. Om Prakash Chauhan.
Here on hole number 18, Thanga Raja seems to be in a spot about a similar spot that Maniram found himself, and Maniram was able to make a birdie. Let's see if Thanga Raja can do the same. Not quite missing the green and going in the bunker, so we'll have to really work for his par.
Well, that was quite unlike N. Thangaraja. Surprising turn of events for him. He's found himself in the bunker, hitting a chip and run shot from a tough spot. Something I've sort of never seen him do. Day of surprises, isn't it? And Thangaraja moving on to the green now alongside Mithun Pereira. We go back to the 17th hole as our leader, Abhijit Chadha, on the 17th hole, attempting a birdie from about 7 feet short of the hole. This is an important putt for Abhijit. Continue to stay in the lead.
Oh,
Ooh, that one's going to hurt for some time.
tap it in for his par to remain at 16 under par. Now it remains to be seen what Om Prakash Chauhan will do on this hole.
Well, as you said, tap it in. I'm beginning to think about Tappy Guy. Where has he been? I haven't seen him around the last couple of weeks.
Not too sure if he started this week. You just check that and tell you. Oh, I don't think he started the week, so maybe taking some time off from.
And Thangaraja from the back bunker here on the 18th hole, needing to make that up and down to save par and stay in the top 10. This is an important up and down for Thangaraja.
Almost holding it. Brilliant
Superb shot. 4 feet away for par. Amrit Lal giving him a nod of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who are just joining us, a quick roundup of what you're doing, where you are. You're watching the Rajasthan Tourism presents the Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. At Jaipur, the Pink City, we are at the Rambagh Golf Club right in the heart of Jaipur. The principal partner this week is Rajasthan State Sports Council. Associate partner is Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Hospitality partner in Hilton Jaipur. And of course, the tour partners of the PGTI, Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Athletic Drive, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus, and Golf Plus Monthly, all coming to the fore to support Indian professional golf. As we watch Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka attempting his birdie on the last, that would not be. He'd have about 3 feet now to save his par here. Om Prakash Chauhan has made a birdie on the 17th hole. Unfortunately, we have missed it. But Om Prakash Chauhan has taken lead now solo at 17 under par as Abhijit Chadda stays around at 16 under after that missed birdie putt on the 17th. So that's advantage Chauhan going into the last and final hole, the 18th, par 5. Take a look at Amrit Lal, our leader from day 2.
The drive on the 18th hole by Abhijit Singh Chitta will really be important. And Prakash with that birdie, securing the lead. There would be a certain amount of pressure now on Abhijit to hit a good drive and get it down there. Maybe have a mid-iron to that green.
Amrit Lal with a solid attempt there. Wouldn't be though. Still have about 3 feet for his par. Solid putt though. Good speed, good line. Maybe just a tad bit off with that.
Om Prakash has rallied brilliantly on this final day with a 5 under par so far. That's the kind of round if you really want to mount a challenge. And he's done that really well. So I think my number that I spoke to you about at 16 or 7 under par is...
You're just making the 17 under par thing just now. You never said 17 under par.
What did I say?
You just said it'll be around 15 or 16 under par.
No, I think I said about 16 under par is a number
About
that I had in mind, and you were at 20, so obviously my number is closer.
I was an 18 to 21.
Both of us are wrong. It seems we've been too conservative in our guessing. Next time we'll only pick one number. But I thought that you were thinking that's going to breach the 20 mark.
I definitely thought that it would reach the 20 mark. I did think it'll at least touch upon it. Entangaraja with a superb par there on the 18th hole.
He's all smiles finally.
Sometimes just saving a par on a par 5, even though it's a par 5 which is approachable by you, but you land yourself up into a tough situation, is also quite a breather. So you can say, kind of like, just getting it. Amrit Lal. No problem there for Amrit. He tapped that in easily on the 18th. Amrit Lal with a fairly decent showing this week, finishing at 7th position at 10 under par all by himself. Pereira cleaning up.
Also in different news, Roger Federer retired. That's rather a moment news that was taken by the sporting world in a heavy-hearted fashion. Legend done so much for the game of tennis and now hanging up his boots.
Leaders are now on the 18th hole. Om Prakash Chauhan ready to take it on. OP waits for the fairway.
It's peculiar design on this hole, the 18th. If you are able to get it to about 310 yards, there's a downhill slope over there, and that's coming back to my point that if you hit it long, you sort of get that compounded advantage of hitting it long. So the medium hitters would not be able to reach that downslope. The long hitters will be able to reach there, and that gives them allows the ball to trundle another 20-25 yards. So if you're able to carry it about 290, 300, you can well end up hitting a drive in the vicinity of 340, 350 yards. And if you're only carrying it 270, you'll probably just end up hitting it 280, 285 yards. So that's the difference that it makes another that fine margin of 10 to 15 yards of extra carry can really make a world of difference. Om Prakash now. What is so important that the players stick to their routine in this pressure-packed situation of the final plays all while trying to win a tournament.
Well, OP is a multiple time winner on the tour. He surely knows how to handle the situation well. As we look at Abhinav Lohan. Lohan coming up to the green, giving himself about 20 feet for birdie there. Lohan made a par on the 17th, so that wouldn't help his campaign any further. It's 13 under par for the event as of now. Those two bogeys will hurt for a while on the 15th and the 16th. I take a Mari Muthu.
Mari Muthu in a hurry to get this round done and dusted with. Not the kind of day he would have imagined.
Well, don't mistake it. You'd actually think from day one itself, it looks like he wants to get everything done in a hurry, but nonetheless, today is definitely not seeming like it's his day.
But the good thing is he's always contending, and sooner rather than later, I'm sure that he'll be able to correct his game on the final day as well.
Yeah, we have the galleries here on the 18th green at the Rambagh Golf Club in the heart of Jaipur, the Pink City, the city that boasts of so many historical monuments and forts and palaces. And of course, this beautiful golf course, which has provided the players a superb track to compete on over the past 4 days. And going into tomorrow, the players will also be playing a Pro-Am, a promotional event where the pros and the amateurs play together. Is Abhinav Lohan, not his best attempt here on the 18th hole for birdie, leaving himself way short of the hole for his par. I think Abhinav lost a bit of his steam on the 15th and the 16th holes, which sort of derailed his campaign of trying to get his second win on the tour. As we will wait now for Mari Mutuar to come up for his own birdie on the 18th. Can that stop some of the damage? And Mari Mutuar is going to finish in style to finish at 5 under par for the tournament. A round that he probably, of course, no one wants it. Mari Muthu finishing that one in style to at least say tada on a positive note. Akshay Sharma for a birdie on the 18th hole. Akshay Sharma makes a birdie on the 18th hole to finish at 13 under par for the tournament. A stellar finish by Akshay Sharma, finishing with birdie on the 17th as well as the 18th to finish with a total score of 13 under par to tie alongside Abhinav Lohan. Wait, Abhinav Lohan to finish his par putt on the last.
Abhinav needing this putt.
Lohan needs this putt to finish at third position alongside Akshay Sharma for a tie.
Mithun Pereira has finished up at 11 under par, so if Abhinav were to make this putt, he would remain in a tie for third, otherwise would move into fourth position. Unfortunately, not. So you'd end up dropping 3 shots in the last 4 holes. Not what he would have imagined. Deflated. Definitely not the kind of finish he would have thought, but valiant effort nevertheless.
He's kind of lost his steam starting the 14th and the 15th and the 16th, which sort of derailed his campaign, and I think he just didn't have steam enough to carry on. As we take a look at the leader group, I can see
Right in
that
the center of the fairway.
Om Prakash Chauhan is bang in the middle of the fairway, and Abhijit Singh Chadda also is in a prime location, about 30 yards past Om Prakash Chauhan.
See, that's the slope that I was talking about, and that is the advantage that a long hitter has. He's able to utilize that slope and maybe get that ball almost up to 350 yards.
Absolutely.
I imagine he would have maybe a 6 or at most a 5 iron. Om Prakash Chauhan probably would be going with a rescue club.
Absolutely. That is going to be a big difference indeed. Om Prakash, what seems to be either a fairway metal
Or a 3 wood, or seems to be a 3 wood, I think.
Yep. It appears to be a fairway medal. Om Prakash Chauhan now on the 18th, a leader at 17 under par. Just a one-shot cushion. Needs to get this ball pitching in the absolutely right location. And does he?
Seems to be that he's just come up a little short of the green. If that is the ball indeed, or is that a mirage? We'll soon find out. But what a fantastic drive by Abhijit Chadha. This is what I'm talking about. That is where a lot of golfers would be laying up.
Chadha would
I don't imagine he has more than 6 or 7 iron.
Chadha would have a ball of maybe a 5 iron into that back flag location.
Fantastic here. Phenomenal driving display by Abhijit Chadha. Not just power but accuracy as well. I think here's where he can claw back and maybe take this tournament to a playoff.
Chadha needs to get this one as close as he can. Lay some pressure on OP Chauhan. One good swing here.
Golf balls are being a little too elusive right now.
Well, we should know pretty soon. Sooner
rather than later. Maybe the sizable gallery that is there can help us out.
It seems like Jamal Hussain Molla is walking around.
Jamal Hussain is cutting a lonesome figure there. He's walking from the right.
I think he's already hit his golf ball just short of the green, if I'm not wrong. That ball that we saw earlier was Jamal's ball. Jamal today playing to even par for his round. 2 birdies and 2 bogeys. Not his greatest day. Currently is sitting at 11 under par at a tie for 5th.
There's a slight swale in front of the green, so maybe the balls are there in that.
Well, that swale is a pretty perfect place to be in for this flag or any flag on this hole. If a player has found himself in that swale, it's a pretty good location. Players could get a fairly easy up and down from there. As we get back to the live action, that was some of our professional golfers, Sudhir Sharma, Yashash Chandra MS, helping out with a golf clinic at the Rambagh Golf Club, helping out junior golfers, teaching them a bunch of golf shots. And so was Arjun Prasad. All these players helping out the club members, the corporates, the sponsors, as well as all the patrons of the golf course and the junior golfers, hone their skills and give them a tip or two.
It was indeed Jamal's ball. He's there in 2. Perfect position.
Well, that shot, if he can make an up and down from there, will take Jamal to 1 under par for the day and a total score of 12 under par for the tournament to tie Abhinav Lohan at 4th position. I think Jamal's not
off color chip shots.
Jamal's just hit bad iron shots today. He's not made any greens. At least in the start, we saw that he hardly hit greens in regulation. But Jamal Hussain Molla with a stellar effort there.
Saving the best for last is Jamal. Likes to play to the gallery.
Well, definitely a clap-worthy shot. Just 2 feet off. That should be good enough to get into 12 under par.
You can see that Abhijit was quite aggressive on that approach shot. And rightly so. Both of them are actually in good position to make birdie.
Well, but it's advantage Chauhan, as Chauhan is going to be going first. So if he can lay some pressure on Abhijit, it's going to be a tough one for him to execute.
I highly doubt that Om Prakash Chauhan will miss chip and putt. With just given his proficiency from around the greens, His worst shot would probably be 5 or 6 feet from here. So
Well, I think at this position, it is all about laying some pressure on the other person. Just one shot remains between the two. So it's all about who is going to get it.
that was good. The brave, aggressive play by him going for that flag.
Chip in certainly is required over here, and that would make for a great viewing for all of our galleries and also all of the viewers on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
Let's see what Om Prakash Chauhan has in store for us. As I said, I didn't
What a
really.
superb shot by Om Prakash Chauhan, leaving himself just a tap in there to finish at 18 under par. And that leaves Abhijit Singh Chadda with an uphill task of making a chip in from that lie.
Makes it quite difficult to beat him. I mean, it's almost felt like he was going to do that. That's the amount of short game control that he has, and now Abhijit.
That's a lot of pressure, and also sometimes
You can see Om Prakash is already smiling, but you never know. Golf is a very funny game.
It's a very funny game indeed.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Abhijit needs to get aggressive on this one. He knows there is only one way that this should go. Either it's a chip in or not. It's my way or the highway.
But the good thing is the ball is visible, so he still does have a shot at making this.
This is the moment of truth.
Brilliantly hit. That he gave that a good run.
Unfortunately, that is not his best effort for a chip in.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Your champion is almost certain. As we want to keep the excitement and the mystery of alive, so we build to a crescendo. But I think, for all intents and purposes, Om Prakash Chauhan will win this tournament.
Well,
Unless
seems like
some other trick up his sleeve.
It seems like this battle is almost over. Abhijit,
What is the ruling if now the winner is unable to find his ball? if he has a 1 foot putt and by some stroke of luck somebody takes the ball or he's unable to find it, can he replace it, or is that a penalty? Please tell us about this rule.
This is the worst kind of commentary I've ever seen in my life. You're trying to find, you're trying to make it interesting, even though you know who's winning this tournament now.
Yeah, said it too early, so I have to build up to it once again. You never know. And there you have it. Somebody's run away with his golf ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, if somebody was to, take away their golf ball.
You never know. Anything might happen, right? You're absolutely right.
Like the movie Tin Cup.
And you've somehow always found that the worst can happen.
Not with Abhijit Chadda finishing in style at 17 under par. Brilliant golf.
Chadda makes a birdie, but he knows that this will not be enough.
All 4 days in under par. Red numbers. Brilliant golf. Shooting a 3 under par today.
Jamal Hussain Maula with his own birdie putt here from about 2.5 feet. Not many people considering Jamal in this group as of now, and Jamal also playing at his own pace, although mind you, this will finish him at a tie for 4th alongside Abhinav Lohan.
Great week for him.
Superb week there for Jamal Hussain. A day that probably he wanted a better start to, but I think he managed to salvage the best out of it that he possibly could.
Yes, absolutely. Started a little slow, but came back strong.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the man who needs to do a formality. Om Prakash Chauhan on the last.
Will he or won't he? And yes, he will.
Om Prakash Chauhan is your victor of the Rajasthan Tourism presents Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank at the Rambagh Golf Club. Principal partner of this week has been Rajasthan State Sports Council, associate partner Aditya Birla Health Insurance, hospitality partner in Hilton Jaipur. Ladies and gentlemen, the PGT of India will be hosting the prize ceremony soon enough right here at the Rambagh Club. So please stay tuned.
Fantastic golf by Om Prakash Chauhan. There you can see his colleagues and compatriots dousing him in water. What a fantastic win by this very worthy champion from Mao. He will be winning that handsome prize fund over 6 lakh. And now you'll find the dignitaries and other players soon in front of his screens. The prize ceremony will happen. So please stay tuned with us and we'll join you next time. And please stay tuned. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host Rahul Bajaj. And till next time, see you later.
Signing off.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We'll start the prize presentation in some time. We are just waiting for the Honorable Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs to join us here. In about 15 to 20 minutes, the Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Rajasthan, will be joining us. We are waiting for his arrival, and we will then start the prize presentation.
thanks to PGTI and Rajasthan Tourism, that we get to come to nice places and monuments like these and museums and get to know the history of this place. So today we are here at the famous Albert Hall, and it's my first time in an Indian museum, to be honest, because I've never been out, never been an artsy guy, but I think that's going to change today. I've seen too many things like the old sculptures, old Buddha sculptures, old instruments for music, everything. The famous weaponry and shields of the soldiers as well. And it's been great because never thought that I'll get to see the old history of India. And all in all, it's a very good and very fun experience. Learning my heritage, it's fun.
I come in Jaipur since 2011, so I really enjoyed because only coming for playing golf, but other than that I heard a lot of historical things and a lot of tourist places, but I never got a chance to go there and see. This time I got to come and see this museum, so it's Albert Hall. So I think it's a really nice museum to see, and I saw a lot of historical items like the mummies, I think a lot of Buddha statue and Vishnu statues, and especially in Sri Lankan the handicrafts, which is presented by I think 19th century. So those kind of things actually we never got to see in so many places, and then a lot of jewelry items, which is I believe is really expensive. So it's never, I think you won't get to see this kind of things on even one place. In that way, I like to thank Jaipur Tourism and to giving us this opportunity to be in here and seeing this all see places. But otherwise, we never been this kind of places because only we come to playing golf and then we going back. So that way, like I'm really like to see this kind of historical items, things in all over India.
A very good afternoon, gentlemen. We welcome you to the prize ceremony of the Rajasthan Tourism present Jaipur Open 2022, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We've had a fantastic week at the 5th edition of the Jaipur Open with some great performances by Abhijit Singh Chadda, Anshul Patel, Amrit Lal, Akshay Sharma, Om Prakash Chauhan, Jamal Hussain, Mari Muthu and Abhinav Lohan. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. Now, I'd like to invite here in the prize presentation party the Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Rajasthan, Shri Ashok Chandna, Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Dr. Ashok Gupta, Captain Rambagh Golf Club, Shri Anand Kumar Tripathi, Joint Director, Rajasthan Tourism, Mr. Saurabh Tambi, Executive Vice President, AU Small Finance Bank, Mr. Farhan Ahmed, Chief Vigilance Officer, AU Small Finance Bank, Mr. Jugal Kishore Garg, Chairman, JKD Group, and Mr. Vinod Ramamurthy, GM, Hilton Jaipur. Can we have all the gentlemen here, please, for the prize presentation? Now, to start off, I'd request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
Honorable Sports Minister, Shri Ashok Chandna ji, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's been a fantastic week. Like I said, in spite of the heat, I think everything went off well. The players enjoyed themselves playing on these 4 days. Heartiest congratulations to OP. I don't know where he is. I can't see him. Well done, my friend. Great golf. There's some amazing scoring. Congratulations to Abhijit as well. Hard luck, buddy. Just a shot off, but I'm sure something's better even waiting for you. Just around the corner, we've got big guns and big events waiting up in the next few months. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Minister for gracing us here from his busy schedule. I know that you have very tight schedule, sir, so thank you very much. The involvement of all the sponsors, starting from, of course, Rajasthan Tourism to Rajasthan Sports, Rajasthan State Sports Council. We also have Hilton, and of course, lastly but not the least, the Rambagh Golf Club, who've actually always been very, very hospitable in giving us this golf course to play on, and of course the hospitality extended to all our players, which speaks for themselves. Dr. Ashok Gupta, thank you very much, sir, the captain of the club. Your entire team has been fantastic, and I know it is always very, very difficult to convince your committee as well as your members to stay off the golf course, especially when the course is taken over by professionals. But I'd like to thank them all for their understanding and patience, sir. Sandeep ji, thank you very much. You've been very, very sweet and kind to all of us. I know we've troubled you a lot in terms of small knickknacks that we always do, but thank you very much. I know it is a little tough putting everything in place, but having said that, I'd like to thank everyone who's worked behind the scenes. There are a lot of people who I've mentioned, but there are people who I don't see or don't even know their names, but I'd like to thank each and everyone, starting from the ground greenskeeper to everyone who's worked hard in giving us the golf course in the condition that it is in today. Dr. JB Singh, thank you, sir. He's been a pillar of strength for us, for our entire team, so thank you very much. I won't take any more time. I think everyone's in the sun, but thank you very much and look forward to seeing you all again. But before I sign off, thank you to the media. You guys have been great. You are the ones who actually try and help us grow the sport. We are doing our bit, but always lies in your hands to give us the best writing so that we attract more sponsorships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Ashok Gupta, Captain, Rambagh Golf Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Minister, sir, Ashok Chandna ji, Uttam Mandi, the CEO of the PGTI, dignitaries on the dais, and my fellow golfers and the media people. Rambagh Golf Club is really honored to have PGTI again coming year after year. And one thing, I would like to thank members of the golf club and committee who have always been very interested best golf that can be played. So it's we look forward to your presence here and to each one of these extraordinary professionals. And we feel very happy because this time the Ramba Golf Club was very well represented too. And it's again, we have been fairly competitive. We brought in 10 people, 2 amateurs, and I think the 8 from the professional group. And so Ramba Golf Club is trying to improve the standards, and I'll certainly look forward to PGTI coming to this place again and again. And one thing good about the sports situation in the state, because Ashok Chandna ji himself is a great sports person, and being a minister of this department, he's really brought major changes, and he's always been positive. He supports everything, every activity that can take the sports and sports person forward. And so, thank you for finding time to be here in the golf club. We always want you to be playing golf, but you never want to leave polo. So one day I think we should certainly have you here. So, and once again, God has been kind, because all throughout these days, every other day there was a prediction of rain, and we were worried whether the rain would interrupt the game or maybe influence the game. But every time they finished the day, then you will have some shower, so that the next day the greens are well developed. So, and I'd like to individually from my committee, the Secretary Rajiv Gandhi, the Treasurer Kunal Singh, and our Secretaries Giri and Sanjeev Chaudhary. Each one of them have really done their bit. Kunal Kuchal, Rajiv Sabhiki, Sandy, Manish Kumawat, Sanjay Arya, and K.S. Gelo Saab. And important person, that's the manager of our course, J.B. Singh ji, unbelievable, untiring, and great person. So once again, thank you all, and thank you for being with us, and we look forward to ongoing golf with you.
I now request Mr. Saurabh Thambi, Executive Vice President, AU Small Finance Bank, to kindly say a few words.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and what a game, I should say that. So, for last 4-5 days, there was so much of noise in the city, at this Pink City, and we can actually sense the kind of response, the kind of noise which was there in the city. And kudos to the team, the media team also, who's been right here and actually showcasing the event, covering across the channels, creating and giving a platform and promoting the game so nicely. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to PGTI especially for approaching us, and we being feeling so proud to be associated with the PGTI and with the Jaipur Golf Association for being associated with this game. And this is just the start of the relationship, and as it's going to be, I'm sure, an annual feature from years ahead. Definitely being a sports enthusiast bank, AU Bank, we would like to definitely extend our hands, and this relationship is going to be keep on going. Thanks.
Thank you for all your support, sir. I'd now like to request Sri Anand Kumar Tripathi, Joint Director, Rajasthan Tourism, to kindly address the gathering.
नमस्कार सभी को। आदरणीय खेल मंत्री जी अशोक चांदना जी और मंडी जी पीजीटीआई से सभी डायस पे जो लोग विराजमान हैं, राजस्थान पर्यटन की ओर से मैं हमारे आदरणीय पर्यटन मंत्री जी किसी कारणवश व्यस्तता से भरतपुर से नहीं आ पाए, तो बट उनकी ओर से सभी जो खिलाड़ी हैं यहाँ पे और जो आयोजक हैं उनको शुभकामनाएं। और राजस्थान पर्यटन इस खेल से जुड़ के, ग्लोबल इवेंट से जुड़ के राजस्थान और जयपुर की जो ब्रांडिंग होगी उसके लिए होपफुल है, और आगे भी इस तरह के आयोजन में राजस्थान पर्यटन का सहयोग बना रहेगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. I'd now like to request the Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Rajasthan, Shri Ashok Chandna, to kindly address the gathering.
First of all, I congratulate the organizing committee for being a host to PGTI Golf Tour. And I think for a state like ours, it's an honor to have it. I also congratulate AU Bank, because I've been seeing their efforts. Being a sports minister, there are so many sports that your bank has been supporting. I think you're doing a great job, and we hope you'll keep doing it. No, but I've seen them in different sports, girls football, and there are many sports that they are supporting too much in this state. So the effort is, well, it should be well appreciated. And I congratulate everybody who's won, even if the ones who not got the chance to win in this tour, but I'm sure the hard works in the future that they are going to put in will bring them to the stage of winning. So I also want to thank the committee that you called me for this prize giving ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support and encouragement. We now begin with the prize presentation, and first have the best amateur trophy, and I would request Mr. Saurabh Tambi and Mr. Farhan Ahmed to kindly give away the prize to the best amateur, Manoviraj Shekhawat of Jaipur. Scores of 69, 70, 77, 75 for a total of 11 over 291. We now move on to the runner-up prize, and I'd request Sri Anand Kumar Tripathi to give away the prize, and I'd also request Mr. Jugal Kishore Garg to kindly jointly give away the prize to the runner-up, that is Abhijit Singh Chadda. Scores of 62, 69, 65 and 67 for a total of 17 under 263. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 4,40,000. Congratulations, Abhijit. Now moving on to the grand prize, I'd request the Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Rajasthan, Shri Ashok Chandna, to kindly do the honors by presenting the championship trophy and the winner's check worth rupees 6 lakh to our champion this week, which is Om Prakash Chauhan, his 7th win. Scores of 67, 66, 65 and 64 for a total of 18 under 262. There you have it, his 7th win, first in Jaipur. He's always been in contention in Jaipur before, but finally crossed the line. OP, I'd request you to kindly say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just very happy that I'm playing Radma Golf Club. Every time I'm playing very good. So thanks a lot to Rajasthan Tourism and UN Finance, Rambagh Golf Club. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, OP. It's now time for the plaque presentation ceremony. We have a few plaques to be presented by Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi on behalf of PGTI. The first plaque to be presented by him to the Honorable Minister, Shri Ashok Chandna. I would now request Mr. Mandi to present a plaque to Sri Anand Kumar Tripathi, representing Rajasthan Tourism. We now have the plaque presentation for AU Small Finance Bank, and I'd request Mr. Mandi to present it to Mr. Saurabh Tambi and Mr. Farhan Ahmed. If you could join in, please, sir. And the next plaque to be presented on behalf of PGTI to Mr. Jugal Kishore Garg, representing Hilton Jaipur. And finally, would request Mr. Mandi to present a plaque to Dr. Ashok Gupta of the Rambagh Golf Club, Captain Rambagh Golf Club, the host venue this week. Well, that's it from the prize presentation. But before we wrap up, we'd like to thank presenting partner Rajasthan Tourism, powered by partner AU Small Finance Bank, hospitality partner Hilton Jaipur, host venue Rambagh Golf Club, of course Rajasthan State Sports Council, Aditya Birla Health Insurance, also event partners this week, members of the club, Dr. Ashok Gupta and his entire executive team, including Rajesh, Dinesh, Sudhir, for all their support. And lastly, our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you all and see you next year. Jai Hind.